Chapter 337 Abandoned Valley. Inside the mystic realm, Yuan and the Lan family gathered outside the cabin. We're going to invade the demons today. Are you all prepared? Grandpa Lan asked them. Once everyone there nodded, Grandpa Lan continued, I'll carry all of you in my beast form. A moment later he transformed into a massive white serpent, and compared to Lan Yingying he was at least 10 times larger, large enough to wrap around an entire mountain with ease. Yuan was slightly surprised to see Grandpa Lan's beast form, but compared to the great one that was literally countless times larger than a star, it wasn't too shocking. When everyone jumped onto his back, Grandpa Lan suddenly levitated off the ground and began slithering in the air. A flying snake. It was a sight to behold. I'll look at the sky. What on earth is that? One of the participants, a player, stared at the sky in shock as he witnessed a massive snake slithering through the clouds like a dragon. Heavens! Is that a dragon? Many of the participants mistook Grandpa Lan as a dragon. No, that's a serpent. It's a magical beast. But I have never seen anything like that before. Since it's flying, it must be at least a spirit grandmaster, right? There are such powerful beings in the mystic realm. Half of the participants in the mystic realm saw the flying serpent in the sky because of Grandpa Lan's massive size and the distance they traveled. Of course, the spectators outside the mystic realm also saw the massive snake in the sky. What kind of magical beast is that? I don't recall ever seeing such a magical beast before in the mystic realm. Senior Nye asked the people on the other side of the crystal balls. No idea. I don't remember seeing such a magical beast before either. Well, the mystic realm is still filled with mysteries even though we've explored it many times. Actually, rumor has it that there exists a divine beast somewhere within the mystic realm. Could that be it? One of them suddenly said. What? A divine beast? As if that's possible. Another voice scoffed. A couple of hours later, Grandpa Lan landed in a desolate area and transformed back to his human form. We're going to be traveling by foot here since we don't want to alert the demons that are hiding deep within the abandoned valley just yet, he said to them. As they walked, Grandpa Lan continued, once we confront the demons, I will be dealing with the demon lord, leaving the other 3 demons in your hands. I'd like to take on another one, but I'll have my hands full with just the demon lord. I can take care of 2 demons by myself since they're nowhere near as powerful as the demon lord. Young man Yingying, the both of you will take care of the last one. Once you deal with that one, I'll need you to help me kill the other 2 demons since I don't have the ability to kill them. Grandma Lan said. The 2 of them nodded. Yuan, I'll distract the demon while you strike it with your demon sealing technique. They have no idea that you know such a technique, and we're going to use that fact to our advantage. Lan Yingying said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded. After navigating through the dead valley for another 3 hours, they reached the deepest parts of the valley. It's weird how we haven't run into any magical beasts, Yuan mumbled. That's because the demons hunted them all. Grandpa Lan said. Demons don't care if they are humans or magical beasts. They will hunt them as long as it increases their cultivation. Hell, they will even hunt other demons if necessary. Their aggressive nature and insatiable hunger for strength is the main reason they're a danger to all living beings and why they were eventually hunted. How are demons born? Yuan suddenly asked. Honestly, I can't tell you since I don't know. Demons have been around since ancient times and not much is known about them. Perhaps you'll find such information in the upper heavens, but in the lower heavens I doubt anyone knows. I see. Sometime later Grandpa Lan said, I can sense them. And he continued, however, they can also sense us. I'm going to distract the demon lord first. After saying such words, Grandpa Lan turned into his beast form and immediately flew into the sky. Ah, I didn't think you'd come here on your own accord, sparing us the effort of breaking into the divine forest. A deep voice filled with malice suddenly echoed, followed by a powerful aura that immediately made the atmosphere suffocating. A moment later, Yuan could see the figure emitting this powerful aura flying towards Grandpa Lan in the skies. That's the demon lord? Yuan mumbled with a dazed look. This demon looked almost like the demon he defeated, except that he was much more muscular and the red crystal in its chest was much larger and had a deeper color than the previous demon. Of course, it was also much more powerful and more dangerous. This demon lord reminded him of someone, that red-haired cultivator who was fighting in the skies right before Xiao Hua became his servant. The same person he learned the bloody sword strike from, as they both emitted an evil-feeling aura. A moment later, 3 more demons could be seen flying in the sky, but they were not looking at Grandpa Lan. Instead, their gazes were directly on Yuan and the others. You brought a human here to assist you? Ah, how desperate are you? The three demons laughed for a moment before landing a few meters away from them, each of them emitting an aura more powerful than the demon Yuan killed previously. It's been many years since I last tasted human blood. How fortunate. They'll take care of the human and the little princess. The two of you can take care of that granny. The demon in the center spoke with a massive grin on its face. Chapter 338. As if such a toy could injure me. Make sure to save some of that human's blood for us and try not to kill the little princess. The Lord would like to have some fun with her before chewing on her meat and drinking her blood. Another demon said, Yuan, follow me. Lan Yingying suddenly mumbled to Yuan. Once Yuan nodded his head, Lan Yingying turned around and began running away. Seeing this, Yuan also turned around and followed her. Where the hell do you think you're running off to when you were the ones who came here first, you little shits? The demon standing in the front immediately began chasing after Yuan and Lan Yingying. Grandma Lan didn't even bother to block this demon and allowed it to chase after them. When the other two demons saw this, their eyebrows raised. Grandma Lan smiled and said, They don't need my help. What's more, I already have my hands full with you little demons. After saying that, she transformed into a large serpent with green scales that resembled jade. What are you going to do? Even if we cannot defeat you, you won't be able to kill us either. The two demons chuckled after seeing Grandma Lan transform. Meanwhile, in the skies, the demon lord spoke as it hovered before Grandpa Lan. Do you really believe that you'll be able to defeat us because you attacked us before we attacked you? Because we're not prepared? And it continued, Did you already forget what happened last time you tried to invade us by surprise? You lost your son and his partner. This time you'll lose your wife, your granddaughter, and your own life. After a moment of silence, Grandpa Lan spoke, I remember very well what happened. Their death was unfortunate, but Wed managed to reduce your kind by more than half. This time, we're going to kill all of you and clean up the mystic realm. The smile on the demon lord's face immediately turned upside down after hearing Grandpa Lan's words, and it spoke in a grim voice, Let me see you try. Boom. The demon lord exploded with a massive aura, and it rushed at Grandpa Lan. Sacred fire. Grandpa Lan opened his mouth and spat out fire flames at the demon lord. Scatter. The demon lord used its bare hands to punch the white flames, causing it to scatter all over the place and making it rain small fireballs all over the place. Thus, the demon lord began fighting Grandpa Lan in the skies. Meanwhile, Lan Yingying and Yuan continued to run away until they were many miles away from the others. How long do you plan on running for? Did you come all the way here just to abandon those old people? The demon shouted at them as it chased after them. A few more minutes later, Lan Yingying finally stopped running and turned around. We can stop now, Yuan. The demon also came to a sudden halt and stared at them with narrowed eyes, wondering what they're planning. Yuan, I'm going to distract it as planned. Strike it with your sealing technique when you see the chance, Lan Yingying said to him using divine sense. Yuan nodded his head. After taking a deep breath, Lan Yingying turned into her beast form and immediately rushed at the demon. Oh, you're going to attack me by yourself? Did you bring that human just to spectate? The demon was surprised when Yuan stayed behind whilst Lan Yingying attacked it alone. Lan Yingying used her tail like a whip, attacking the demon with it and cracking the air on impact. The demon didn't even bother to avoid the attack and merely used its arms to block it. Boom. The demon was sent flying off into the distance from the impact, but it didn't sustain any injuries in the end. Ah, come at me. Entertain me for a bit before I kill that human. The demon and Lan Yingying began attacking each other, quickly turning the scene into a mess. Little princess, your parents were a treat. My body still trembles when I recall how delicious their meat tasted. I wonder how you'll taste. The demon licked its lips, treating its fight with Lan Yingying as a joke, almost like it was playing around with her. Shut up. Lan Yingying's attacks immediately grew more aggressive, clearly agitated by the demon's words. Ah, are you angry, little princess? Do you want to kill me? Unfortunately, you don't have the power to kill me. And in just a moment you'll witness those two old bastards enter our stomachs. The demon continued to provoke Lan Yingying. A few minutes later, once the demon was fully absorbed in fighting Lan Yingying, it forgot about Yuan's seemingly insignificant presence. Sacred fire. Lan Yingying opened her mouth and released a torrent of white flames at the demon, who didn't even bother to dodge it. You don't learn, do you? You won't be able to injure me with such weak flames, much less kill me. The demon patted the white flames off its body as though it was mere dust. I've spent enough time messing with you. I would love to eat you right here and now, but alas, the demon lord would kill me if I do, so we'll have to endure not it and not kill you. The demon suddenly stopped talking when it felt something pierce its body, causing it to look down. Huh. The demon raised its eyebrows when it saw a huge sword piercing its body from the back. It turned around to look at the masked figure standing behind it with an annoyed expression on its face, and it spoke in a calm voice. What the fuck do you think you're doing, human? You should have run away when you had the chance. I had even forgotten about you since your presence is akin to an ant. However, Yuan didn't say anything and merely pulled the Empyrean overlord out of the demon's body and took a few steps back. What a joke. As if such a toy could injure me. The demon looked at Yuan with clear disdain on its face. Are you sure about that? Yuan spoke as he pointed to the demon's body. What? The demon looked down, and to its surprise, the hole in its body wasn't regenerating at all. In fact, it was even turning into stone. What the heck is happening? What the fuck did you do to me just now, human? The demon roared at Yuan with veins all over its face. Yuan shrugged and said, it was nothing much, just a demon sealing technique. A what? The demon was shocked after hearing Yuan's words. Once it realized the situation, it roared in anger, damn you, human! You must be from the demon sealing clan. What is someone like you doing here? Unlike the demon Yuan previously sealed, this demon was still able to move and release its aura after being struck by the demon sealing strike, most likely because it was much more powerful than the previous demon. However, the petrifying effect was still spreading, and it appeared to be spreading much quicker than before. After all, Yuan was also much stronger than before. Fuck. I curse you, human. I curse you, demon sealing clan. Alas, the demon wasn't able to finish its last sentence before being sealed by the demon sealing strike. Yuan, let's leave this demon alone for now so we can help my grandparents. We can finish it off afterward. Lan Yingying said to him. And she continued, this way we won't alert the other demons. Once sealed, they won't be able to move for at least a few hundred years. Yuan nodded, and they proceeded to return to Grandma Lan's side. Chapter 339 Key to Mystic Pagoda. Crack pap asterisk boom. Grandma Lan used her tail like a whip, sending the demons flying whenever they tried to get close to her. Did you come here just to play around? As if such weak attacks could kill us. The demons would return to her no matter how many times they were sent flying by her tail. However, Grandma Lan ignored them and continued to buy time for Yuan and Lan Yingying, as they were her only hope in killing them. In the sky, Grandpa Lan and the demon lord also exchanged hundreds of blows with each other in just a few minutes. Old Snake, you guys lost your chance to kill us off when that damn human failed to kill us hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if your bloodline continues for many generations, you will never be able to defeat us. The demon lord laughed out loud. The demons were the oldest entities in the mystic realm, as they have survived for hundreds of thousands of years, even before the lord became the master of the mystic realm. However, despite living for so long, their cultivation hasn't improved by much, mostly because they can only grow so much with the limited amount of spiritual energy in the mystic realm, hence why they want to break out of the mystic realm so badly, so that they can continue to grow. No matter how much time they're given, if they do not have enough spiritual energy for a breakthrough, their cultivation will remain unchanging. Once we take care of your family, we'll kill all of the humans in this damned world. Eventually, we'll find a way to enter the mystic pagoda and open the seal that has locked us in this world for far too long. Ah. You want to leave the mystic realm? In your dreams, demon lord. Even if you manage to kill all of us, you'll never be able to enter the mystic pagoda. Do you know why? Because you don't have the key. Ah. Key? What are you talking about? The demon lord immediately frowned, as this is its first time hearing about a key being required to open the mystic realm. You want to know? Too bad. That's as much as you'll know about the mystic pagoda. Grandpa Lan laughed. In truth, Grandpa Lan didn't know anything about the mystic pagoda, and had only mentioned a key just to mess with the demon lord. Of course, the demon lord didn't think it was being lied to, as what Grandpa Lan said was quite logical. Tell me about this damn key. The demon lord roared, its aura increasing to a whole new level as it started getting serious. Make me. Grandpa Lan's aura also rose. When their auras collided, it created an immense pressure in the area that made the dead trees sink a little deeper into the ground. Meanwhile, at Grandma Lan's area, when the demons noticed the demon lord getting serious, they also turned serious. Looks like it's about time we stop playing around and kill you once and for all. The demons emitted an ominous aura that caused the dirt around them to turn black. No matter how many times you attack us, we won't die. Why don't you just give up and let us give you a painful death? Or you can struggle and we'll eat you alive." However, a mysterious smile appeared on Grandma Lan's face and she spoke, "Indeed, we should probably end this." Blood spear. The demons summoned a red spear using their blood. Get her. Just as the demons prepared to attack Grandma Lan, one of the demons felt an immense pressure suddenly appeared behind it, causing it to stop and turn around. What? The demon mumbled in a dumbfounded voice as a figure wearing a black mask swung the massive sword in his hand horizontally, slicing its body in half. Where the fuck did this human come from? And what happened to the one chasing after him? The other demon was as surprised when it realized that its partner had been attacked out of the blue. However, the demon wasn't worried about its partner, as it was confident that such a minor injury wouldn't be able to kill it. As for the demon sliced in half, it frowned when it realized that its body wasn't regenerating. "What's going on?" the demon exclaimed a moment later. However, Yuan didn't respond to it and turned his attention to the second demon. "I admire your guts for returning to his place, but it was a foolish choice, human. This is not a battle you can just enter as you please. You don't qualify to stand on the same battlefield as us." The demon shouted as it tossed the spear in its grasp at Yuan. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge the spear before approaching the demon. "Ah. What are you going to do with that sword?" The demon's eyes widened with shock when it finally paid some attention to the Empyrean overlord in Yuan's grasp. However, before it could even continue, Yuan stabbed the sword in between its chest. Meanwhile, the other demon that had its body sliced in half was turning into stone. "Ah. What is going on? What is happening to my body?" The demon cried out loud. This is a sealing technique?" The second demon was shocked to see this, and it looked down at the sword in its chest with a fearful expression. Don't tell me." Yuan didn't say anything and pulled the sword out of its body, letting the petrifying effect spread throughout its body. "You came back faster than I'd anticipated, young man, just like the first time," Grandma Lan said to him with a smile on her face. "I'm sorry I couldn't return faster," Yuan said. "Fuck. My body. Why? Why is someone from the demon sealing clan here? And that sword? You must be..." The two demons looked at Yuan with fear in their eyes, something they haven't experienced since the Lord left the mystic realm. Meanwhile, in the air, the demon lord noticed something was amiss and turned to look at the ground where Yuan and the others were. When it noticed Yuan and the Empyrean overlord in his hands, the demon lord's eyes widened with shock, and it roared in a spiteful voice, "That sword? Impossible. You have returned." Chapter 340 The Lord's Sword. "What are you talking about?" Grandpa Lan looked at the demon lord with a puzzled expression. However, the demon lord completely ignored Grandpa Lan and continued to stare at Yuan's figure with disbelief. "A mask. That sword. After so many years you have finally decided to return to the mystic realm, Lord." A massive smile appeared on the demon lord's face, but there was also a hint of fear in its eyes. "What?" Grandpa Lan exclaimed in a shocked voice when he heard the demon lord addressed Yuan as Lord. "I won't forget the humiliation you had put me through on that day no matter how many years passes, Lord." The demon lord suddenly flew towards Yuan's location. "Watch out." Grandpa Lan shouted loudly to warn Yuan and the others of the demon lord's presence. "Huh." Yuan turned around at Grandpa Lan's voice, and to his surprise, the demon lord in the sky was flying in their direction. Boom. The demon lord punched Yuan with all of its might, as it didn't want to risk this chance to take him by surprise. Luckily for Yuan, Grandpa Lan had warned him right before the demon lord made his strike, giving him a split second to react and protect himself with the Empyrean overlord. However, the impact was an entirely different matter, and Yuan was sent flying many meters away, crashing into trees and destroying them with his back. Yuan managed to stabilize himself after flying about 200 meters. He coughed up a mouthful of blood afterward. What a powerful strike. If I hadn't blocked that attack, I would have probably died just now. Yuan's body trembled at that thought, yet his eyes didn't have even a hint of fear within them. Instead, it flickered with excitement as he has never been pushed to such an extent before. "Yuan, are you okay?" Lan Yingying quickly approached him. "Yes, I'm fine." Yuan nodded. "Yuan? Wait a second, you're not the Lord. Who are you? And where did you get that sword?" The demon lord finally noticed Yuan's cultivation base that was too low to be the Lord and stopped its assault. A second later, both grandparents stood between Yuan and the demon lord. If that young man was the Lord, he would have killed you as easily as breathing. Grandpa Lan said. Then he must be a descendant of the Lord. After all, that sword in his hand belongs to the Lord. The demon lord revealed, as it will never forget the devastation that sword had caused the demons. What? Really? The Lan family expressed shock upon learning this, since even they didn't know that the sword in Yuan's hand once belonged to the Lord. Is that why I felt some sort of connection to it? Lan Yingying finally realized why she was attracted to the sword. It turned out to be the Lord's sword. So the Sword Emperor is the Lord? Yuan mumbled. Does this mean the Sword Emperor is dead? After all, Feng Yuxiang mentioned that she found the Empyrean Overlord in a legacy tomb, where powerful cultivators leave their legacy behind because they are close to death. That's not possible. He cannot be the Lord's descendant. We have already tested his blood. Grandpa Lan said. The demon lord turned to look at the two demons that had been sealed by Yuan. Then you must be someone from the demon sealing clan that's also affiliated with the Lord. In any case, I cannot and will not let you leave this place alive. It glared at him with a bloodthirsty gaze. Blood sword. The demon lord summoned its weapon using its own blood. Even if there are 4 of you, it won't be enough to kill me, especially if the Lord isn't with you. The demon lord began approaching them with its aura growing stronger and stronger. Young man, we're going to distract it while you look for the opportunity to strike it with the demon sealing strike, Grandpa Lan said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded. Let's go, Grandma. Yingying, you stay behind. There's nothing you can do here. Even though Lan Yingying didn't want to admit it, she truly did not qualify to be in this battle. A few seconds later, both of the grandparents went to attack the demon lord. Ah! Are you trying to distract me while that human waits for the chance to seal me? I am not as foolish as the other demons. The demon lord laughed out loud as it began fighting the 2 snakes. And whenever it had the chance, it would throw an attack at Yuan to let him know that it was keeping track of him. I'm going to fight it. Yuan suddenly said after some time. What? You can't. The demon lord is on another level. You won't be able to get close to him, much less attack him. Lan Yingying said. Perhaps not at my current level, but if I increase my cultivation somehow. Yuan spoke as he turned to look at the sealed demons not far away from them. What do you plan on doing? Lan Yingying asked him. I'm going to kill them and eat their demon cores. Yuan replied, shocking her. Are you serious? She looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan nodded. If it's true that the founder of the demon sealing clan was able to eat demon cores, I should be able to do the same since I have the same physique. But that's just a rumor, a legend. Demon cores are completely different from monster cores. It's too dangerous, Lan Yingying said. It may be risky, but we won't know unless I try it. Yuan said, and he continued, don't worry, I have a feeling that everything will work out just fine. Lan Yingying opened her mouth, but alas, she decided to not say anything and let him try to eat the demon cores. A moment later, Yuan pointed the Empyrean Overlord at the sealed demons and took a deep breath, preparing to use the heaven-splitting sword strike on them. Chapter 341 Perfect Regeneration. What do you think you're doing? The demon lord immediately noticed Yuan gathering his spiritual energy, clearly preparing for an attack, and it immediately rushed at him. However, the grandparents also went to block its path. You think you can just ignore us? Grandpa Lan slapped the demon lord with its powerful tail, sending it further away from Yuan. Get out of my way. Just as the demon lord roared, Yuan released the heaven-splitting sword strike, completely missing the demon lord. Ah! Where the hell are you aiming? The demon lord laughed in a slightly nervous tone afterward, as it felt the immense power within the strike released by Yuan just now. If that thing had hit me, I would have been in danger. This human is truly too dangerous to be left alive. Luckily, this human doesn't have any control over it. The demon lord cried inwardly, thinking that Yuan had only missed because he doesn't have full control over the technique. However, it suddenly noticed that Yuan wasn't even paying attention to it. Instead, he went to where the sealed demons were before they were accidentally struck by the attack and picked up their demon cores. What the hell is he doing? The demon lord raised its eyebrows at Yuan's puzzling actions. A moment later, Yuan tossed one of the demon cores in his mouth, shocking the demon lord and the grandparents. Ah! What is that idiot doing? Does he want to kill himself? That makes things much easier for me. The demon lord burst out laughing like a maniac after witnessing Yuan's actions. Young man, what are you doing? Grandpa Lan exclaimed. While he knew that Yuan could consume monster cores, he was still shocked speechless by Yuan's actions just now. After all, demon cores are completely different from monster cores. If eating monster cores is akin to drinking water, then eating demon cores is akin to drinking alcohol. Meanwhile, Yuan could feel his tongue beginning to burn after consuming the demon core. Demon cores are spicy. Yuan exclaimed, recalling the first time he accidentally ate spicy food. However, the demon core was spicier than anything he's ever experienced before, feeling like he'd just poured a bottle of hot sauce in his mouth. Heaven refining physique activated? Qi has been absorbed from the demon core. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough? You have reached first level spirit grandmaster? Plus stats 25,000, ding. Your body has cleansed the impurities from the demon core. Demon core has been refined? Your skill superior regeneration has developed into perfect regeneration. Perfect regeneration. Rank, divine, description, can restore even a missing limb. When the demon lord who was waiting for Yuan to explode from consuming the demon core, realized that Yuan was perfectly fine, even experiencing a breakthrough from it, the demon lord nearly lost its mind from shock. What? That's impossible. How can a mere human consume a demon core? You should have died the moment you ate it. The demon lord exclaimed in a voice filled with bewilderment. However, Yuan ignored the demon lord and proceeded to consume the second demon core. Heaven refining physique activated? Qi has been absorbed from the demon core. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough? You have reached second level spirit grandmaster. Plus stats 26,000? You have reached third level spirit grandmaster. Plus stats 27,000? Your body has cleansed the impurities from the demon core. Fuck. It wasn't a fluke that he survived the first demon core. The demon lord was hoping that Yuan was only lucky enough to survive at first, but after witnessing him consume a second demon core, it concluded that it was not coincidence or luck that Yuan could eat demon cores. Is this human really human? How can a human survive the chaotic spiritual energy within a demon core? Even a demon would go mad if it consumes a demon core. He's even more dangerous than the Lord in some ways. So this is what being a spirit grandmaster feels like, huh? As expected, my body is filled with energy and it feels like I won't lose no matter what I'm fighting. Yuan mumbled to himself before turning to look at the demon lord who was staring at him with its face twisted in disbelief. I wonder how your demon core will taste, demon lord. Yuan suddenly said to it, causing a chill to go down the demon lord's back. Try to get my demon core if you can, you damn monster. The demon lord roared before it rushed at Yuan with the bloody sword in its grasp. Oh no. Watch out, young man. The grandparents reacted a little slow this time around, mostly because they were still shocked by Yuan's unbelievable appetite, allowing the demon lord to slip right through them. It'll be okay. Yuan said to them as he raised the Empyrean Overlord and welcomed the demon lord. Once it was close enough to strike, the demon lord swung its blood sword at Yuan. Boom. Yuan blocked the attack with his own sword, causing the ground to shake from the impact. However, unlike previously, he wasn't sent flying. Furthermore, the blood sword in the demon lord's grasp even cracked a little. The demon lord sucked its teeth before quickly repairing the sword with its blood. Blood arms. The demon lord suddenly grew two arms behind its back. Blood sword. Then two swords appeared in those arms. Die for me. The demon lord struck Yuan again, this time with two extra swords. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge the strikes before activating Heavenly Domain, restricting the demon lord's movements to a small extent. For arms? That's not fair. Yuan exclaimed after dodging its strikes. You don't get to say such words after what you just did. Are you really human? Damn monster in human skin. The demon lord said to him. Young man, are you okay? The grandparents returned to his side after their quick clash. I'm okay and let me fight the demon alone, Yuan said to them. Why you want to fight it by yourself? Grandpa Lan looked at him with a dazed face. Chapter 342 Fighting the Demon Lord. I fight better when there's nobody around me since I can let loose without needing to worry about hitting you guys as well, Yuan said to them. I understand. If you think you can defeat it by yourself, we won't get in your way. But if I sense that you're in danger, he'll immediately assist you. Grandpa Lan said to him before returning to his human form. You want to fight me alone? Ah. Don't get cocky just because your cultivation improved slightly. You're still only a spirit grandmaster whilst I am a spirit lord. There's still a vast gap between us. The demon lord laughed as its aura continued to rise. Yuan didn't wait any longer and rushed at the demon lord, striking it with his Empyrean Overlord. Clang. The demon lord used two of its swords to block Yuan's strike whilst using its third one to retaliate. Yuan then used his movement technique to dance around the demon lord. Despite being an entire realm above Yuan, the Demon Lord still had its movements suppressed by the heavenly domain. What an annoying movement technique. The Demon Lord didn't dare to waste its movements while being restricted and waited for Yuan to strike, as a single mistake might cost its life. Bloody sword strike. Yuan suddenly attacked the Demon Lord after a minute of trying to confuse it with his movement technique. However, even though the Demon Lord couldn't move at its full speed, its reaction remained in peak condition, allowing it to defend against Yuan's strike even though its movements were slowed. The two of them continued to dance back and forth with Yuan being on the offensive and the Demon Lord on the defensive for many minutes. Fuck. How long can he keep this restriction domain active? How much spiritual energy does he have? The Demon Lord cried inwardly, as it had been waiting for Yuan to exhaust his spiritual energy. After all, to sustain such a powerful pressure that could restrict even a Spirit Lord's movements, it would obviously require an immense amount of qi. However, many minutes have passed without any signs of Yuan exhausting his spiritual energy. Half an hour later, the Demon Lord roared, "Don't tell me you have unlimited energy as well?" The Demon Lord decided to risk it and flew into the sky, where the heavenly domain could not reach him. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the Demon Lord in the sky. Although he could also fly, he wasn't confident enough in his flight abilities to fight someone like the Demon Lord in the skies. Blood spears. The Demon Lord suddenly summoned a dozen spears with its blood before throwing them at Yuan. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge them, but the Demon Lord continued to summon the spears, raining them down on him. You think you're the only one with inexhaustible spiritual energy? I can do this all day. The Demon Lord laughed as it continued to throw spears at Yuan from the sky. Hundreds of spears later, Yuan left the ground and flew into the air as well. So you finally decided to fight me? The Demon Lord said as it summoned its swords and flew towards him. Clang. The two of them clashed in the air, causing the clouds around them to ripple away. You fell for it, human? The Demon Lord suddenly grinned. The next second, two more arms appeared behind the Demon Lord's back, preparing to strike Yuan at any moment now. Let's see if your movement technique works in the air. However, Yuan remained calm despite the Demon Lord's surprise. And right as the Demon Lord moved its arms, Yuan's eyes glowed golden, causing the Demon Lord to halt for a split second. In this split second, Yuan used the invisible starry abyss to create a hole in the Demon Lord's face, taking it by surprise for a second time. And with his third strike, Demon Sealing Strike, Yuan used this chance to stab the Empyrean Overlord in the chest. He did it. The Lan family watching from afar trembled in excitement after seeing Yuan successfully strike the Demon Lord. Ah, damn you. The Demon Lord shouted in rage after realizing that Yuan had managed to injure it successfully. Normally, it wouldn't react even if it had its entire body crushed into meat paste, but a single strike from someone with a demon sealing technique is akin to death no matter how minor the injury. Hell, even an injury as small as a paper cut will seal a demon's fate. This is why the demons feared the demon sealing clan so much. If they so much as bump into their swords, it would mark the end for the demons. After his successful strike, Yuan immediately retrieved his sword and distanced himself from the Demon Lord, running back to the Lan family just in case. Fuck. The Demon Lord didn't even bother to chase after Yuan and instead began digging a hole in its own stomach with its bare hands, trying to rip away the injury created by Yuan. But alas, the Demon Lord soon realized that its efforts were in vain since the petrifying effects eventually began to spread throughout its body. No. Can't end here. It can't. I still have to leave this godforsaken world and rule the outside world. I cannot die here. The Demon Lord began shouting like a maniac who'd gone crazy. Who could have thought that after struggling for hundreds of thousands of years, the Demon Lord would succumb to a human who, logically speaking, shouldn't even have the qualifications to face it. Unfortunately for the Demon Lord, Yuan was someone who transcended all logic and common sense even in the cultivation world where almost anything can happen. If I die, I will take at least one of you with me. The Demon Lord suddenly flew towards their direction with its eyes bright red and a resolute expression. Seeing this, Grandpa Lan suddenly shouted, "Shit! It's planning on blowing itself up. If we're caught in that, we'll be in grave danger." What? It can do something like that? Yuan exclaimed. Chapter 343 Core Detonation. Is there anything we can do to stop it? Yuan asked them. There is none. We'll try to stop it. The rest of you run away. Grandpa Lan said, prepared to lay down his own life for them. However, Yuan said to him, No. I will take care of it. What? You'll die. Lan Yingying said to him. That's fine. I won't die forever even if I die. However, that might not be the case for you guys. And without waiting for them to respond, Yuan made his move, flying towards the demon lord. Wait, young man. Grandpa Lan tried to stop him, but alas, Yuan completely ignored him and continued moving forward. Ah, so you want to die, huh? This is perfect. The demon lord laughed as its aura grew more volatile and intense. The demon lord was not only getting more powerful, but its body was also glowing redder and redder. As Yuan got closer to the demon lord, he wondered if there was anything he could do, but alas, he could not think of any methods that would save him in this desperate situation. So what if I die? I'll just respawn. So what if I lose my cultivation base? I'll just cultivate some more. If I become a cripple, it won't be my first time. And it's not like I won't be able to walk or move. I'll still be able to explore this world, whether I'm a cultivator or not. Yuan changed direction midway, leading the demon lord further away from the Lan family. Of course, the demon lord was more than happy to chase after Yuan even if it wouldn't be able to kill the Lan family. In its eyes, he would do the other demons a bigger favor if it killed Yuan, who was a much bigger threat than the Lan family could ever be. Do you really think you can outrun me? The demon lord laughed as it got closer and closer to Yuan. Even though Yuan's strength could rival even a spirit lord as a spirit grandmaster, his flying speed was an entirely different story. Slowly but surely, the demon lord caught up to Yuan, and it was just a matter of time before it blew its entire cultivation up. Yuan stopped running away once they were far enough from the Lan family, and there was no point when he knew that he wouldn't outrun the demon lord. In just a few seconds I will blow up and everything within 10,000 meters will disappear with me. The demon lord laughed out loud as it hovered a few meters away from Yuan. Go ahead. You'll be the only one dying anyway. Yuan shrugged in a nonchalant manner, dumbfounding the demon lord. You're not afraid of dying? The demon lord frowned. I won't die. Bullshit. You're not immortal. Not even a spirit king would survive a core detonation at this level. The demon lord didn't believe Yuan. Yuan didn't bother responding to it and calmly stared at the demon lord that was almost petrified at this moment. I can feel it. Power overwhelming my body. Ah, it's about time. Die for me, human. The demon lord laughed out loud until it exploded. It was at this moment Yuan thought about logging off to escape the explosion, but alas. You cannot log off during combat. A second later, the demon lord's body suddenly began twisting and turning in a spiraling motion, almost like a black hole had appeared inside its body and was consuming the demon lord inside out. The demon lord's body twisted until it was the size and shape of a small pebble, almost like a glass marble of sorts. This pebble then glowed brightly before exploding with a massive amount of spiritual energy. Yuan immediately used the Empyrean Overlord to protect himself by placing it in front of his face. However, the explosion was too large and powerful, and Yuan could feel everything below his chest disappear almost instantly. Ah! Yuan was overwhelmed with pain, losing consciousness almost immediately. Meanwhile, the Lan family could see a bright light in the distance, followed by a strong earthquake a second later. Yuan. Lan Yingying felt her heart being squeezed when she saw this light, and tears quickly flowed from her eyes. Alas, this young man actually sacrificed his life for us. Grandpa Lan sighed, feeling an indescribable feeling in his heart. Many of the participants in the mystic realm were also able to see this bright light in the sky, as it was like a second sun that had suddenly appeared in the world. The sun created by the demon lord remained for a good minute before it finally began to subside. The Lan family went to the scene of the explosion in hopes to find Yuan's remains, but alas, they were unable to find him, almost like he had disappeared from this world. As expected, his body has completely disintegrated from the demon lord's core detonation. Grandpa Lan sighed. After all, even he wouldn't survive such a devastating attack, much less a spirit grandmaster with a human body. Yingying, make sure you take care of that baby. That young man sacrificed his own life so that you too, all of us could live. Grandma Lan said to her in a grieving tone. I understand. Lan Yingying nodded, still with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, about 100 miles away from where the explosion had occurred, a body that was anything but complete laid on the ground, looking like a corpse that had recently been chewed on by wild animals. Heavens, that almost scared me to death. The voice of a young lady resounded after this disfigured body suddenly dropped from the sky and landed behind her. Just what on earth happened to this person? His body looks like it just ate an explosion. Was he a victim of that random explosion just now? The young lady inspected the corpse out of curiosity, not feeling grossed out by the awful sight that would normally make any young lad's stomach churn with disgust. And why does it feel like I have seen him somewhere before? Ding. Perfect regeneration has activated. Chapter 344 Barely Surviving the Explosion. What? His body is regenerating? The young lady was shocked when the mutilated body suddenly began healing, and she watched as this half-completed body regrow the rest of its body as well as all 4 limbs in just a matter of moments, almost like she was before an immortal monster or something. The young lady took a few steps back just in case. A few moments later, the mutilated body recovered perfectly. It was unlike anything the young lady had seen before. Ugh. Yuan slowly opened his eyes to see the sunlight assaulting his eyes. Did I die? Did I respawn outside the mystic realm? Yuan slowly sat up, still recalling the pain head felt before losing consciousness. Once his mind and vision began to stabilize, Yuan looked around his surroundings and to his surprise, he wasn't outside the mystic realm. What? Don't tell me I didn't die from that explosion? This is a miracle. Yuan quickly stood up with excitement on his face. Fortunately, Head managed to protect his head and heart. Although his regenerative abilities are not as exaggerated as the demons, it was pretty close, allowing him to regenerate as long as his head and heart are unharmed. It was at this moment that Yuan realized he was not alone and there was another presence not far away from him. Who's there? Yuan turned to look at the tree a few meters away from him. That voice. Player Yuan? The young lady who had hidden behind a tree slowly walked out with her hands up, showing Yuan that she was not a threat to him. Why you're... Yuan was surprised to see Wang Xiuying there. After revealing herself, Wang Xiuying stared at Yuan with a somewhat amazed expression on her face. What is it? Yuan decided to ask her, feeling like something was amiss right now. Ah. Wang Xiuying appeared to hesitate for a moment before pointing at his face. It was at this moment Yuan realized that his mask was gone and his face was in full display. Oh no. The explosion must have removed the mask. Now she knows what I look like. Yuan cried inwardly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone what you look like, I promise. Wang Xiuying quickly said to him, feeling extremely nervous at this moment, as she was worried that he would kill her because she saw his face. She doesn't recognize me? Yuan realized that Wang Xiuying didn't realize who he was even though she saw his face. Fortunately for Yuan, Wang Xiuying only remembers what he looked like when he was a kid. Even though she has seen him plenty of times as an adult, Yuan looks somewhat different in the real world because of his skinny appearance, and Wang Xiuying hasn't seen him since his recovery. Furthermore, his appearance has been enhanced as a cultivator. Also, your clothes? Wang Xiuying pointed at his legs with a blushing face. Yuan looked down and to his surprise he was completely naked from his chest down. While his body regenerated, his clothes were a different story. No wonder why it felt a little breezy down there. Oh, sorry, but I don't have any clothes on me, Yuan said in a calm voice. Independent Illinois give you some of mine, okay? Wang Xiuying said as she removed the first layer of her clothes. Luckily for them, disciple uniforms in the cultivation world are mostly unisex, so both genders can wear them and look the same. Thank you. Yuan accepted her clothes and quickly wore them. Although they were a little small, it was good enough to be worn. Anyways, what were you doing that made you in such a state? And how on earth are you still alive? I thought you were some kind of immortal monster at first. Wang Xiuying said to him afterward. Oh, I was fighting some really powerful demon, and it decided to blow itself up. Yuan sighed. Is that what caused the explosion? You're really something else, player Yuan. No wonder why you're the #1 player in the world right now. Wang Xiuying said. What do you plan on doing now? I'm going to go back and see if there's anything left of the demon just in case it also survived, Yuan said. Can I come with you? I won't get in your way, I promise. I just want to see how player Yuan plays the game. She asked him. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. Since he already knew her and was even on good terms with her in the real world, Yuan didn't mind letting her follow him. Do you know which way was the explosion? Yuan asked her. That way. Yuan nodded his head and proceeded to follow the direction she pointed. Sometime later, they arrived at the site where the explosion occurred, and as expected, the destruction caused by the Demon Lord wasn't anything to laugh at. There was a massive crater where the Demon Lord exploded, almost like a meteorite had landed in this place. My lord, you survived something like this? Wang Xiuying turned to look at him with a dazed expression. I know. I'm also surprised. Yuan mumbled. The crater was a few miles in diameter, and it could be a large lake if it was filled with water. "He'll be right back," Yuan said to her before flying into the crater to see if he could sense the demon lord. He's flying? He can fly. Does this mean he's already a spirit grandmaster? Impossible. We've only been in the mystic realm for a week. Even if his cultivation base didn't reset to the beginning like the rest of us, he still shouldn't have been able to reach spirit grandmaster in such a short time. Wang Xiaoying was truly shocked to the core after witnessing Yuan's flying ability. Meanwhile, Yuan flew around the crater with his divine sense activated. I don't see the demon lord nor its demon core. Maybe the demon core was destroyed by the explosion? I wouldn't be surprised if it was. After spending a couple of minutes in the crater without any results, Yuan returned to Wang Xiaoying's side. Chapter 345 Unsuspecting Victims. Did you find what you were looking for? Wang Xiaoying asked him after he returned. No, I didn't. Which is probably a good thing, he said. What are you going to do now? Head to the Mystic Pagoda? It's only a day from this place. I still have one more place to visit. Wang Xiaoying nodded and followed him. Sometime later they arrived at the abandoned valley. The only reason Yuan came to this place was for the Lan family. I hope they're fine. The explosion was extremely powerful after all. Yuan sighed inwardly. It would be dreadful if the Lan family was also affected by the Demon Lord's explosion. Healer Wang, how long was I knocked out after the explosion? Yuan turned to ask her. A couple of minutes? What about a white snake? Did you see any white snakes in the sky recently? Yes. I saw a flying white snake sometime before the explosion. It was really mythical. Wang Xiaoying nodded her head in excitement, just recalling the flying white snake in the sky. Before the explosion? Then they probably haven't left yet. Yuan wondered where the Lan family could have gone after he was blown away. Surely they didn't return to the Divine Forest, right? If they did, he won't be able to return to them since he doesn't know where the place was located. Hopefully they're fine. Yuan prayed inwardly for their safety. Sometime later, Yuan turned to look at Wang Xiaoying and asked her, I'm going to head to the Mystic Pagoda now. Do you also want to come with me? I do. Wang Xiaoying quickly nodded, as she wouldn't miss this chance that every other player hoped to have, playing alongside player Yuan. Yuan looked in the sky to find the blue star before following the direction. Player Yuan, if you don't mind me asking, why did you decide to play? Wang Xiaoying asked him as they walked. Because I want to feel alive, he calmly responded. Alive? Wang Xiaoying raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Yes. In the real world, even though I am living, I never felt like I am truly alive. At least that was how I felt before I started playing this game. Yuan said. Oh, I think I get what you mean. I have had a lot of patients who told me the same thing. Wang Xiaoying said. And she continued, Oh, I am a nurse outside. Yuan merely smiled. I know, he said inwardly. What do you do outside? If it's too personal, you don't have to answer. I know you're skeptical since everyone is trying to learn your identity, but I personally don't care about any of that. I don't really do anything outside, unfortunately. I stay at home all day. So you're a modern-day hermit? Wang Xiaoying said. What? Yuan raised his eyebrows. A modern-day hermit. Someone who stays at home and doesn't go outside unless absolutely necessary. There are many people like that nowadays due to how popular gaming has become. Wang Xiaoying explained. Well, I do it not because I like to. I simply don't have a choice. Yuan sighed. You must be living a difficult life, huh? Wang Xiaoying looked at Yuan, feeling somewhat nostalgic, almost like she has spoken with him before. The way he speaks and the feeling he gives me. It's very similar to you, Tian. I wonder if this is what he would be like if he wasn't in that condition. Wang Xiaoying noticed some similarities before Yuan and Yu Tian, mostly their atmosphere and speech. I wonder what he's doing right now. What about you? Why did you decide to play? Yuan suddenly asked her. I played on a whim since it was very popular, but once I realized how effective and unique medicine is in this world, it became my reason for continuing. I have a dream, you see. A dream to heal someone, and I believe the knowledge to do so is in this world. I know it sounds silly, but I have already incorporated some of the medical practices in this world into our world, and it's working perfectly. Wang Xiaoying looked up into the skies and mumbled, This game is so realistic that sometimes I wonder whether this is just a game or actually something more, like another world of sorts. Another world, huh? How nice would that be if it was true? A smile appeared on Yuan's face. After walking for some time, they encountered a magical beast with a cultivation base around the peak of Spirit Apprentice. "Oh, you're a Spirit Grandmaster, right?" Wang Xiaoying turned to look at him. While she was also at the peak of Spirit Apprentice, she wasn't exactly an expert in fighting. "He'll take care of it," Yuan said. He then used the Starry Abyss and Flying Daggers to take care of the magical beast instantly. "Wow. How do you do that?" Wang Xiaoying expressed her admiration for his technique. "It's just a mortal-grade technique that allows me to control a dagger using my spiritual energy." "How can such a powerful technique only be mortal-grade?" After taking care of the magical beast, they continued walking in the grassland until they reached a small city. Unfortunately for them, neither of them had money, so they were unable to enter the city that required a small fee. However, even if they had money, the mystic realm uses a different currency, so the currency outside wouldn't have much worth in here. "I guess we can only walk around the city?" Wang Xiaoying sighed. "Or we can fly over it," Yuan suggested. "Fly?" Wang Xiaoying's eyes flickered with excitement. "Let's fly," she nodded in agreement. "He'll have to carry you if you don't mind," said Yuan. "I don't mind." A moment later, Yuan carried Wang Xiaoying in a princess carry before flying into the sky, shocking the guards there. Heavens! He was a Spirit Grandmaster? Did we just kick away a Spirit Grandmaster? We're dead. The guards began crying once they realized that they'd screwed up big time. In their minds, Yuan was probably going straight to the city lord to complain. Of course, Yuan did the complete opposite, ignoring the city and flying straight over it. "Wow. So this is what it feels like to fly." Wang Xiaoying looked down at the city with exhilaration. "I cannot wait until I become a Spirit Grandmaster so that I can fly as well. But that might take a few years." Once they were on the other side of the city, Wang Xiaoying said, "Player Yuan, do you mind if we continue flying for a little longer? If you're tired, we can go back down though. You can just call me Yuan. And I don't mind. We travel much faster this way as well." Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Yuan suddenly stopped in midair with his gaze towards the ground. "There are some people there. I think they're also participants," Yuan said. Wang Xiaoying looked down and sure enough, there were two people wearing the same uniform at the bottom, and these people hadn't noticed them yet. "I think that's the Diamond Palm sect. They're from the northern continent and ranked 10th. Wang Xiaoying recognized them since they were also on the same continent as her sect. "What are you going to do?" she then asked. "Well, my sect master told me to get rid of the other participants as soon as I see them," Yuan said. Get rid of?" Wang Xiaoying's body shivered at his words. "Yes. If I kill them inside this place, they'll be teleported outside and disqualified." Yuan nodded. Then he added, "Don't worry, I won't disqualify you." "Really?" Wang Xiaoying released a sigh of relief after hearing that. "Really? Anyways, I don't want them to see my face, so I'll get rid of them from up here." After taking a deep breath, Yuan retrieved the Starry Abyss and made it turn invisible. He then used Flying Daggers to control the Starry Abyss, commanding it to fly towards the two unsuspecting victims on the bottom. A second later, two holes appear in their faces, instantly killing them. Wang Xiaoying swallowed nervously when she saw this. "He can kill us as easily as breathing and we won't even know what hit us," she sighed inwardly. The difference between them was simply too vast. Meanwhile, outside the Mystic Pagoda, the sect master of the Diamond Palm sect was shocked to the core when his disciples suddenly died out of the blue. What the fuck just happened? Who killed my disciples?" he exclaimed, causing the others to look at his disciples that laid on the ground in the mystic realm with a large hole in their heads. Heavens! How brutal yet efficient. A few moments later, the bodies of the two dead participants disappeared from the mystic realm before appearing outside with their injury fully recovered. What happened? Why are we outside the mystic realm? The two didn't even realize that they had been killed even after waking up outside the mystic realm. In their eyes, their visions had turned black for a split second, and before they were aware, they were already outside the mystic realm. The thought of being killed just now didn't even cross their minds. It was not until after their sect master approached them and told them what happened that they finally realized they had been killed. "What? That's impossible. There wasn't even anybody around us." The two of them exclaimed, looking extremely confused by the situation. As for Wang Xiaoying's view, after meeting Yuan, the mirror suddenly stopped spectating her, almost as though the treasure could no longer find her location. Chapter 346. Who is responsible for this? "Are you sure you weren't ambushed or something?" The Diamond Palm sect's master asked the two disciples that had been brutally killed. I'm confident that we were alone, sect master. One of the disciples quickly responded with a serious expression on his face. We were in open land, and we haven't encountered another participant since we entered. Then how did you two die? Who killed you? The sect master mumbled in a dazed voice. Even he didn't see what had happened to them through the treasure. Their death was so sudden and random that if he was told his disciples were killed by ghosts, he would probably believe it. The sect master then turned to look at Senior Nye and bowed to him. Senior Nye, what should we do now? Has something like this happened before? Where the participants die out of nowhere? Senior Nye shook his head and said, no, this has never happened before. As for what happens, since your participants have died inside the mystic realm, regardless of the circumstances, your sect is now disqualified. Whatever points you received before the disqualification will be your final score. The sect master of the Diamond Palms sect staggered like he was about to faint after hearing Senior Nye's words. How could they be disqualified so early on in the mystic realm? They have been in the top 10 for over 100 years. At this rate, it would be a miracle if they managed to even get into the top 100. How could such a tragedy befall their sect? Who did they offend to deserve this? However, as much as the sect master of the Diamond Palms sect wanted to ask for a second chance, he knew it was pointless, and had only be making himself into a laughing stock. The other sect masters swallowed nervously when they saw this, silently praying to themselves that this wouldn't happen to their sect. But alas, within the next few hours, many other participants experienced the same tragedy the Diamond Palms sect had experienced. The participants were dying left and right without a single person knowing the cause, and this caused a great commotion outside the mystic realm. Just what in heaven's name is going on? Who is responsible for this? Could it be another participant? Or is someone from the mystic realm responsible for this? This is outrageous. At this rate, the sect ranking for the next 10 years will be all messed up. Senior Nye was greatly bewildered by this situation, as he has never seen anything like this before. What do you think is happening, Elder Nye? One of the crystal balls asked him. I really don't know what to tell you. Somebody is killing all of these people without showing himself or his methods. It's like he has an invisible weapon or something similar. And at the rate he's killing them, taking into account the distance between each victim, this predator is traveling very quickly, too quickly if I am being honest. What does this all mean? Another voice asked. After pondering for a moment, Elder Nye said, this may sound absurd, but if we cannot see this killer from the treasure, he's probably a mystic realm native, and for some reason he's killing every single participant. As for his reason for doing so, we will probably never know. We have known that the natives inside the mystic realm aren't very friendly towards us outsiders, but they have never outright hunted the participants until today. Did something change within the mystic realm? One of the voices from the crystal ball spoke. What should we do about the sect ranking this year? It's a freaking mess already and there are still 3 weeks left. At this rate, all of the participants will be disqualified. Senior Nye then said, the cultivation world is volatile in nature. Anything can happen, even ridiculous events that nobody can imagine, and this is simply one of these moments. Even if the sect ranking is flipped around this year, where the previous lowest ranking sect becomes first and the previous first rank becomes last, we will judge it as we usually do. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Essence Temple, Long Yuan and the other sect elders were clearly very worried about the current situation. I wonder what's going on really. It's been a week since the Mystic Realm started and we still haven't seen Disciple Yuan's shadow, much less the person himself. I hope he's fine. Long Yuan sighed, completely unaware that Yuan was behind this phenomenon. While he did tell Yuan to disqualify as many participants as he could, Long Yuan could have never expected this kind of outcome. However, two people there understood what was going on. Xiaohua, these invisible attacks. Is definitely him, right? Feng Yuxiang turned to ask her. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua nodded. The way all of these people are killed as efficiently as possible with a single strike to the head. It definitely resembles Brother Yuan's style. After spending so much time with Yuan, she was obviously used to his fighting style, and Yuan was someone who would always go for the head whenever it was possible. Out of the thousands of magical beasts he has slain, most of them had died from a single strike to the head. After getting Xiaohua's confirmation, Feng Yuxiang said to Long Yuan and the others, I think it's the young master behind these attacks. What? Yuan? Really? How can you tell? Elder Shen quickly asked. The attack patterns and these invisible strikes. One of the young master's soul weapons can turn invisible, and looking at the size of these holes, It matches what his starry abyss is capable of. Feng Yuxiang explained to them. If that's the case, how come we can't see him? Where is he killing them from? Elder Shan then asked. I have a speculation, but it sounds a little too absurd even for the young master. Feng Yuxiang said. Let us hear it. Long Yijuan said with a serious expression on his face. Feng Yuxiang took a deep breath before continuing, the sky. What? Are you saying that disciple Yuan is somehow killing them from the skies, that he's flying? Elder Shan looked at her with wide eyes as it was too unbelievable. After all, only spirit grandmasters could possibly achieve such feats. Feng Yuxiang sighed, that's why I didn't want to say it. It sounds absurd, I know, but it's the only thing I can think of. And she continued, think about it, the first two victims were in an empty grassland for miles with nowhere to hide, yet they were killed without seeing a shadow. If there's nobody around them, then the attack could have only come from one place, the skies. I see, that makes sense, but it also doesn't make sense at the same time. Elder Xian said. In order to attack from the sky, disciple Yuan must have learned to fly, but in order to do so, he must have reached at the very least Spirit Grandmaster. However, it's only been a week since the Mystic Realm opened. Even if disciple Yuan somehow managed to escape having his cultivation base wiped, he still wouldn't be able to reach Spirit Grandmaster in such a short time. At least he shouldn't. Feng Yuxiang shrugged. I don't know. The young master is unpredictable. He's literally the reason why I try to avoid using the word impossible, since he somehow always makes the impossible, well, possible. Let's continue watching. Maybe disciple Yuan will show up sooner or later. Elder Shan suggested. Inside the Mystic Realm, Wang Xiuying watched as Yuan disqualified the 39th disciple with a nonchalant expression on her face, almost like she was already used to seeing such a sight. At this rate, hell kill all of the participants in the Mystic Realm before the 30 days time limit is over. Wang Xiuying sighed inwardly. The disparity between Yuan and all of the participants was simply too vast. This made Wang Xiuying wonder why he was being so nice and friendly to her. Normally, someone as secretive as player Yuan wouldn't reveal so much about himself to a stranger like her, yet he has spoken to her as though they were already friends. In fact, Wang Xiuying already considers player Yuan as her friend, something she didn't think was possible before today. Congratulations, Yuan. Wang Xiuying suddenly said to him. Ichem? What for? He raised his eyebrows slightly in a puzzled manner. Congratulations on getting first place for the Mystic Realm, obviously. We don't know that yet. There are still 3 weeks left. Anything can happen in these next 3 weeks. You're so humble, Yuan. Think about it. You're a spirit grandmaster who can take out any participant with a single thought. Who in this place could rival someone like you? Perhaps that's the case, but despite my cultivation base, I nearly died today. This shows me that no matter how powerful you are not invincible, and you can never be too careful in the cultivation world. If you say it like that, I guess so. Wang Xiuying nodded. Meanwhile, at the Mystic Pagoda, 3 figures stood before a tall building that emitted a majesty aura. What are we doing here, grandfather? Lan Yingying asked him. I just felt like coming here, that's all. Grandpa Lan responded with a gloomy feeling around him. After standing there silently for a few minutes, Grandpa Lan clasped his hands together and bowed to the Mystic Pagoda. I'm sure it was fate that he came to this place. Thank you for guiding that young man here, Lord. If only I was a little bit stronger. Chapter 347 Mystic Pagoda. Lan Yingying and Grandma Lan followed Grandpa Lan's movements, bowing to the Mystic Pagoda with respect. Sometime later, Grandpa Lan transformed into his beast form and carried his family back to the Divine Forest. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Mystic Realm, Gao Dongya and Shui Jia finally began their journey after spending an entire week increasing their cultivation, reaching the Spirit Warrior realm. The spiritual energy in this world is abundant and rich. If only the outside world was like this, I would have become a spirit master by now. Shui Jia sighed out loud. Then she turned to look at Gao Dongya and asked him, what should we do now? We still have no idea where disciple Yuan is. It would only be a waste of time if we look for him when we don't even know where we are, much less where he is. The only thing we can do right now is follow the plan and obtain as many points as we can with what little time we have left. Gao Dongya said. And he continued, hopefully that's what he's doing as well. What do you want to do then? Hunt for magical beasts for the next 3 weeks? Shui Jia suggested, as that seemed to be the most efficient method of grinding points. Gao Dongya narrowed his eyes at her and said, "What a simple woman. Do you really believe you are the only one with that thought? We want to achieve first place if we do something like this. Stop calling me woman. I have a name, Shuejia. And do you really think we can take first place with just the two of us? Your ambition is too high. I don't know about you, but I always strive for the best results, and the best result for the mystic realm would be the mystic pagoda," Gao Dongya said in a calm voice. "The mystic pagoda? Nobody has opened that place up since ancient times. What makes you think you'll be able to open it? If I had your attitude, I would never be able to open it," Gao Dongya said, and he turned around and began walking. "Enough chit-chatting. We have already spent too much time increasing our cultivation. Since you're so smart, why don't you tell me where we can find the mystic pagoda?" Shuejia said. Gao Dongya then pointed to the skies, where a blue star flickered. "If you'd done your research before coming here, you would know that by following the blue star, you'll reach the mystic pagoda. This isn't the first time people have been to this place. Seriously, why did the sect master even pick someone like you to come here if you're not taking this seriously?" Che. Shuejia sucked her teeth at Gao Dongya's response that left her speechless. Thus, they began their journey towards the mystic pagoda, as was every other participant in the mystic realm. Normally, they would be hunting magical beasts and doing whatever they can to increase their points, but this year was different as everybody wanted to ascend to the spirit heaven, where their career as a cultivator would surely reach a new level. Even if their sects were to receive a lower rank because of this, none of the participants cared. In their mind, since there was someone as monstrous as Yuan participating in the mystic realm, the only way they could beat someone like him was to go above and beyond and open up the mystic pagoda. Looks like all of the participants are heading towards the mystic pagoda. The observers outside the mystic realm noticed this. This year's mystic realm is truly a mess. Not only are the participants getting killed by a mysterious force, but they're also not following the routine. This is all because of Senior Ni's presence. One of the sect masters there sighed. Can you really blame them, though? If I was in their shoes, I would also be trying to do whatever I can to go to the spirit heaven. If I weren't so old and have an entire sect to take care of, I would also love to try to ascend. While the sect masters mumbled to each other, Senior Nye and the people in the spirit heaven spoke to each other. Do you think the mystic pagoda will finally open this year? One of the crystal balls asked. Most likely not, said another voice. Yeah, I highly doubt it as well. The mystic realm has existed for countless years with countless challengers, yet not a single person has managed to open the mystic pagoda. This year won't be any different. However, Senior Nye smiled and said, actually, there is one person who'd managed to open the mystic pagoda. Chem? There was someone like that? How come I have never heard of it? Half of the spectators were hearing this for the first time. Are you talking about the owner of the mystic realm, Elder Nye? Wait a second. The mystic realm has an owner? This is my first time hearing about this. Senior Nye nodded his head and said, it's not surprising some of you don't know about this since it's only mentioned in ancient scrolls regarding the mystic realm. Countless years ago, when the mystic realm still had no master, people could enter and leave the place at will. However, all of that changed when a certain individual, a certain young man entered the mystic realm and became its master. Wait a moment. One of the voices interrupted and spoke. You're telling me some youngster became the master of the mystic realm? How did that happen? Who is this young man? Nobody knows his identity. Senior Nye said. What? Nobody? How is that possible? A voice of disbelief quickly resounded. Because he was always wearing a mask. The only thing we know about this individual is that he's a young man, at least that's what people got from his voice. He entered the mystic realm, became its master, left the place, and he was never heard from again. Of course, this person also made new rules for the mystic realm and closed its doors. Now, only those with tokens are allowed to go inside. Then someone asked, what about the tokens? Where did we get them? It was given to the founders of our sect, and we have been hosting the mystic realm ever since then. Nobody besides the founders knows why we're doing this, but it's become a tradition of sorts and nobody really questions it anymore. Senior Nye said to them. Heavens. And here I thought we were doing this because we're recruiting potential talents for our sect. One of the voices mumbled in a dazed voice. Honestly, that's how most of us see this nowadays, so regardless of what our founders were thinking, this is the outcome, said another voice. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, Wang Xiuying suddenly pointed to the tall building at the end of the horizon and said, look at that pagoda. I think that's the mystic pagoda. Yuan nodded and sped up a little, quickly approaching the pagoda in the distance. Sometime later they arrived at the pagoda, and Yuan descended from the sky. We got here much quicker than expected since we flew here. Look at the door, this is definitely the Mystic Pagoda. Wang Xiuying pointed at the top of the door, where the words Mystic Pagoda were engraved. This place looks more ordinary than I'd anticipated, Yuan said as he looked at the Mystic Pagoda. You think so too? Wang Xiuying agreed with him and she continued, I thought it would be more special, but I have seen similar buildings in the northern continent plenty of times by now. However, this place does give me a unique feeling that other places don't, but I cannot pinpoint what this feeling is exactly. Let's take a look around the place, Wang Xiuying suggested. The two of them proceeded to walk around the Mystic Pagoda to see if there was anything around the place. Literally, a minute later they returned to the front of the place. I didn't see anything special. What about you? Yuan shook his head. Even with divine sense he wasn't able to see anything unique. Of course, his divine sense wasn't able to penetrate the Mystic Pagoda for some reason, almost like there was something protecting it. A few moments later, Wang Xiuying suddenly approached the doors to the Mystic Pagoda and tried to open it. However, she quickly realized that was impossible as there was no door handle at the door. Thus, she could only try knocking on the door. Hello? Anybody inside? Nobody responded to her, something Wang Xiuying had expected even before knocking on the door. Any idea how to open this place? Wang Xiuying turned to look at Yuan, who had been standing there in silence, staring at the Mystic Pagoda with a dazed expression on his face. Yuan? Are you okay? She asked him again. Why yes. Yuan nodded and he continued, this place seems so nostalgic for some reason, almost like I have been here before. You're thinking too much. There's obviously no way you could have been here before. Wang Xiuying chuckled. I guess. Yuan nodded and approached Wang Xiuying before standing at the door to the Mystic Pagoda. It was at this moment the doors that had been sealed shut for countless years suddenly began to tremble. This is. Wang Xiuying's eyes widened with shock when the doors suddenly opened. Why did the doors suddenly open? They didn't even do anything special. And maybe it opened because I knocked on the doors? She mumbled as this was the only explanation she could think of. Chapter 348 Suspiciously Easy? The Mystic Pagoda opened? What? Yuan raised his eyebrows upon seeing the doors open automatically. However, there was nobody to welcome them inside, so why did the doors open? Let's go inside and check it out, Yuan suggested. Wait. Wang Xiuying turned around, grabbed him and quickly pulled him away from the Mystic Pagoda. Once they were far enough, the doors to the Mystic Pagoda closed again. Don't be so hasty, Yuan. What if it's a trap? If you ask me, I think it's too easy. There's no way the Mystic Pagoda would open so easily for us when nobody has managed to open it for so long. Wang Xiuying explained to him why they shouldn't go inside. Yuan nodded after hearing her words. That makes sense. It's quite suspicious how the place just opened. That's right. What if we're ambushed by traps the moment we go inside? That would be disastrous. Wang Xiuying said. Then what should we do? Yuan asked her. I say we wait until someone else goes inside and see what happens. I'm sure there are people coming to this place as we speak. Wang Xiuying responded. Okay. We can observe them from the skies where we should be safe. Yuan agreed. What should we do in the meantime? I don't know. It's getting a bit late, so I'm about to log off for the day. It's also almost time for dinner for me as well. Thus, the two of them looked around the Mystic Pagoda for a few more minutes before logging off. In the real world, Yuan said to Meishio, I have arrived at the Mystic Pagoda. Really? Were you able to open it? Meishio asked him as she fed him dinner. About that. The Mystic Pagoda opened by itself, but it might be a trap, so we didn't go inside. Wait. You're with somebody? Meishio raised her eyebrows. That's right. I'm with Wang Xiuying right now. I met her by chance and we've been traveling together since then. I see. Meishio mumbled. By the way, are you responsible for killing the participants? A lot of participants had been disqualified after being killed by an invisible attack. Meishio told him about the chaos that occurred outside the mystic realm because of his actions. Oh yeah, that was me. I took care of everyone as we approached the Mystic Pagoda. There were a lot of them, but I made sure to kill all of them like the sect master had advised us to do. So Feng Feng and Xiaohua were right about you being responsible for the attacks. All of the participants were unharmed after they left the mystic realm, right? Yuan asked her. The only reason he could kill them so casually was because he was told that they wouldn't die inside the mystic realm. Yes, all of them were fine. However, a few of them had lost a couple of levels for their cultivation after being killed. Meishio revealed this to him. Well, at least they're not hurt, Yuan casually said. In his mind, it was much better to lose their cultivation than to die, since cultivation can be restored through time whilst death was permanent, for the NPCs at the very least. Meishio also didn't think too much of it since she was not a cultivator. Will you be playing tonight? Meishio asked him after dinner. Yes, I will. Okay. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the game whilst Meishio went to sleep. Inside the game, Yuan flew towards the sky and began overseeing the mystic pagoda, patiently waiting for someone to fall for this trap. Once he realized that it might take a while before someone shows up, he decided to start practicing his flying skill in the sky. Thus, Yuan proceeded to spend the entire night circling around the place, improving his flying speed and air maneuvers. Wang Xiuying returned to the game in the morning. Welcome back. Yuan greeted her. Yuan? When did you come back on? She asked him. Since last night. What? You spent the entire night playing? That's not healthy, you know. Wang Xiuying sort of lectured him. Then she asked, did anybody come through at all? No, I didn't see anybody. It might take a couple of days before someone. Wait. I sense a presence not far from here. Yuan suddenly interrupted her. Really? Then let's hide. Wang Xiuying said. Yuan nodded and carried her into the air, hiding inside the clouds. About 15 minutes later, a figure approached the mystic pagoda. Chem? That person looks familiar for some reason. Yuan narrowed his eyes at this young man that had a goofy-looking face. After pondering for a moment, he remembered where he'd seen this person. Ah, that's the player who wanted me to show my face to him. He's a player? Wang Xiuying asked. Yes. The two of them continued to watch this player's every movement. The player first looked around the mystic pagoda just like they did when they first arrived. Once he found nothing special, the player stood before the door and started knocking on it. However, there was no response from the mystic pagoda. What's happening? Why isn't the door opening for him? Wang Xiuying mumbled in a puzzled voice. Let's wait a little bit longer, Yuan suggested. A few minutes later, the player started kicking the door to the mystic pagoda, hoping to open it by force. Once the player realized that kicking the door wasn't doing him any good, he started hitting it with the ordinary sword in his grasp. Ding. The sword rebounded after striking the door, flying right out of the player's grasp. After retrieving the sword, the player tried hitting the door again multiple times. However, in the end, the mystic pagoda remained unharmed. It doesn't look like the mystic pagoda will open for him, Wang Xiuying said. Then there's no reason to keep him alive, Yuan said, immediately controlling the starry abyss to fly at the goofy-looking player, creating a hole in his face a second later. Chapter 349. Inside the mystic pagoda. Once the player's corpse disappeared from the mystic realm, Yuan returned to the ground with Wang Xiuying. The door didn't open for that player. How weird. Wang Xiuying went to knock on the door again a few moments later, but there was no response this time. It's not opening even for us now. I wonder how this place works, she sighed. Yuan didn't say anything and approached her. It opened again. Wang Xiuying was surprised when the door suddenly opened. She then turned to look at Yuan with a pondering expression on her face. Yuan, can you go over there for a second? Wang Xiuying pointed. Yuan nodded and walked to the location. And just as Wang Xiuying expected, the mystic pagoda closed its doors when Yuan distanced himself from the building. Yuan, I think the door is opening for you. Come back here. Wang Xiuying said to him. For me? What? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Once he approached the mystic pagoda, the doors opened again. Look, the door opened when you got close. And it will close if you walk away. Wang Xiuying said. And she continued, do you know why this is happening? Did you do anything special before coming here? Yuan shook his head. Not that I remember. Besides fighting some demons and meeting the Lan family, he didn't really do anything special. Wait a second. If the Empyrean Overlord belonged to the Lord, perhaps the mystic pagoda recognizes it, hence why it's opening its doors for me? Yuan suddenly recalled this fact. I'm going to go inside then, Yuan said a moment later. I will come with you, Wang Xiuying quickly said. Although there might be traps inside, it was much better than staying out here by herself, especially when there might be many participants who will be arriving soon. In other words, she felt much safer by Yuan's side. Yuan nodded his head, and the two of them entered the pagoda a moment later. This place is empty. Wang Xiaoying said as she looked around the room that had literally nothing but a spiraling staircase a few meters away. After looking around to make sure the room was really empty, they proceeded upstairs to the second floor. However, the second floor was also empty. Nothing here either? Where are the treasures? A place this difficult to get into should have at least a couple of heaven-defying treasures, right? Wang Xiaoying sighed. And just like previously, after spending a few minutes looking around, they proceeded to the next floor. From its appearance outside, the mystic pagoda should have 9 floors. Wang Xiaoying said as they entered the third floor. Why am I not surprised? Wang Xiaoying merely shook her head in disappointment when she saw that nothing was on the third floor as well. However, they still looked around regardless. Sometime later they reached the 8th floor and as expected, it was empty. There's only one more floor. I hope there's something there. Wang Xiaoying said after looking around the place. After taking a deep breath, they walked upstairs. Look, there's actually something here. Wang Xiaoying spoke with excitement when she noticed something different about the room. However, when she realized what these things were, her excitement immediately died. A bed, a desk, a chair. That's it? Wang Xiaoying sighed. Then she noticed the mask hanging on the wall behind the desk. Well, that's something unique, I guess. Yuan looked around and said, well, I was told the master of the mystic realm used to live here, so it makes sense this room looks like this. He then turned to look at the mask on the wall and mumbled, that must be the mask he wore. What an ordinary-looking mask. Compared to his black jade mask, the mask on the wall looked too ordinary. In fact, it was just an ordinary mask with nothing special about it. I was hoping for this mask to be a treasure, but it turned out to be ordinary as well. Wang Xiaoying said after inspecting the mask. Here. She then handed it to Yuan. Your old mask broke, right? You can use this one instead. Thank you. Yuan accepted the mask and immediately put it back on his face. Coincidentally, the mask fitted his face perfectly. What should we do now? There's clearly nothing in this room besides the furniture. Wang Xiaoying said. Yuan looked around and he noticed that there was another staircase leading up. There's still one more floor, he said to her. What? How is that possible? I remember very clearly that there are only 9 floors in this place. At least that's what it looked like from the outside. I also counted 9 floors. Yuan agreed with her. Maybe it's a secret floor where the treasures are held? Wang Xiaoying's eyes began flickering with excitement and hope again. Let's check it out. A few moments later they climbed the staircase. The 10th floor was clearly much smaller than the other floors, almost like an attic or sorts. However, there was nothing on this floor as well, nothing physical at the very least. What do you think this drawing is? Yuan asked her as he looked at the complicated drawing on the floor. This looks like a magic circle. At least that's what they look like in movies. Wang Xiaoying said. And she continued, but this is the cultivation world, so it's probably a formation. I have seen a couple of them before, but none of them look even remotely as complicated as this one. I think this is what is protecting the mystic pagoda. Wang Xiaoying said after pondering for a moment. I think so too. Yuan agreed. However, just as they prepared to go back downstairs, the formation suddenly began to glow brightly. What's happening? Wang Xiaoying exclaimed and she subconsciously hugged Yuan. I have no idea. Before he could even finish his sentence, the two of them disappeared from the room, almost like they had been teleported or something. Chapter 350 Pillar of Light? Once Yuan and Wang Xiaoying disappeared from the 10th floor in the mystic pagoda, the building itself began to glow a bright azure-colored light before shooting a massive beam into the sky for everyone in the mystic realm to see. At the divine forest, Lan Yingying was floating on top of the water at the waterfall where Yuan impregnated her with a dazed expression on her face when she first noticed the azure-colored pillar of light in the distance that pierced the heavens. What is that? For some reason Lan Yingying felt an urge to approach that light. A few moments later, her grandparents could be seen flying in her direction in the sky. Grandfather, what is going on? She asked him. I also have no idea, but it seems to be coming from the mystic pagoda. Something must have happened there. We must see what's happening. Grandpa Lan said to her in an urgent manner. Lan Yingying quickly left the water to put on her clothes. A few moments later, Grandpa Lan transformed into his beast form before carrying the other two into the skies, flying towards the direction of the beam. Meanwhile, outside the mystic realm, the spectators were shocked when they saw this azure-colored beam in the sky. However, they were not shocked because of the light itself. They were shocked because the pillar of light had somehow managed to penetrate the mystic realm and appear in their world, piercing their heavens as well. Heavens? What is happening this time? The voices from the crystal balls were greatly shocked by this phenomenon. This is also my first time seeing this. I have no idea what is going on. Senior Nye shook his head with a nervous frown on his face. There have been too many unexplainable events happening in the mystic realm this year. Just what on earth is happening? Wait a second. This feeling I am getting from that pillar of light. It's a transportation formation? It's something similar to when I came down to the lower heavens from the spirit heavens. Senior Nye suddenly realized this. What does that mean? One of the voices asked. Either somebody is going inside the mystic realm through a formation or the other way around. Someone is leaving the mystic realm. Senior Nye said. That's... The spectators were speechless. Who could be doing such a thing? And for what reason? Sometime later, one of the crystal balls cried out loud, "Ah! I can also see the pillar of light here." What? Senior Nye exclaimed. Another voice followed, "It's true. I can see it as well. Look outside." The people living at spirit heavens immediately looked outside their window, and to their surprise, the pillar of light had somehow managed to appear in the spirit heavens as well. Heavens! Don't tell me this is the same pillar of light from the mystic realm? What else could it be? How did this happen? The people from the spirit heavens were greatly bewildered by this unknown pillar of light, especially the people that had no idea about what was happening in the mystic realm. The powerful backgrounds from the spirit heavens were also alerted by this pillar of light, and people from all over the world were immediately sent to investigate it. Meanwhile, after disappearing from the mystic pagoda, Yuan and Wang Xiuying found themselves on this small platform that was surrounded by clouds, almost like they were somewhere in the sky. There was a path made from the same material as the platform in front of them, and at the end of this path was a tall wall that resembled city walls. Where are we? Wang Xiuying asked while she was still hugging Yuan's body tightly. Ding. You have discovered Ancient Dragon City? Fame plus 1000, Ancient Dragon City? Were we teleported to this place by that formation? Just what is this place? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. However, Yuan was quickly snapped out of his daze when he heard a shouting voice resound in his ears. Who are you people? How did you activate the teleport formation? Before Yuan could even react, a dozen people with weapons in their grasp surrounded him and Wang Xiuying, and they were all emitting the power of a spirit grandmaster. Why Yuan? Wang Xiuying's grasp on him tightened even more after feeling their unfriendly atmosphere. Hello, I'm sorry if we're not supposed to be here, but we were brought to this place against our will by accident through a formation. I think. Yuan said to them. Impossible. Nobody has used this teleport formation for hundreds of thousands of years. One of the figures said. What is your purpose for coming here? Another one asked. I already told you guys, I don't know how we got here. We also don't have any reason to be here, so I'd appreciate it if you tell us how we can go back. Yuan said to them. The group of people turned to look at each other. After a moment of silence, one of them said, That's impossible. We also don't know how to activate that formation. What? We can't go back. What about the mystic realm? Wang Xiuying exclaimed. Mystic realm? Don't tell me you're from the lower heavens. One of them recognized the mystic realm and asked. That's right. We came from the lower heavens. Yuan confirmed. After another moment of silence, the one leading them spoke. Regardless of your situation, we are going to bring you in for further questioning. If you resist, we'll kill you right here. In their eyes, neither Wang Xiuying and Yuan were powerful enough to threaten them, especially not Wang Xiuying, who was a mere spirit apprentice, so they lowered their guard a little bit. There's nothing we can do now but listen to them, Yuan? Wang Xiuying said to him. Yuan nodded. Okay, well, cooperate. Thus, the group of spirit grandmasters began escorting Yuan and Wang Xiuying towards the city walls in the distance. Chapter 351 Detained. Once they reached the gates, the spirit grandmasters stopped Yuan and Wang Xiuying and said to them, Before you enter, you must wear these handcuffs. Really? Why are we being treated like criminals? Wang Xiuying frowned at the sight of these cuffs. What? Because you guys broke the rules, so you're criminals in our eyes. One of them said. What? What rules did we break? We just got here. Wang Xiuying was in disbelief. Just by coming here without permission, you've broken one of our most sacred rules. But we arrived here by accident. We didn't come here because we wanted to. Regardless of your circumstances or situation, it's a fact that you've stepped onto our sacred soil without permission. Furthermore, you're humans. Humans are not allowed in this place. You're humans as well. Wang Xiaoying refuted. The spirit grandmasters looked at each other before bursting out with laughter. Humans? Ah. We only took the appearance of humans because it's more convenient to travel in such a small form. That's right. We also take up much less space in this form. This form? Wang Xiaoying stared at them with wide eyes, finally realizing the situation. Don't tell me you're all magical beasts in human forms? I have heard about it, but this is my first time actually seeing it in person. Wang Xiaoying's body trembled once she realized that they were not really humans, only monsters in human skin. That's right. We're all dragons. They all held a prideful expression on their faces at this moment. Dragons? You're all divine beasts. Yuan looked at them with surprise. What? Not all dragons are divine beasts. What an ignorant human. The dragons shook their heads at him. Anyways, enough chit-chatting. Hurry up and put on these handcuffs, or well consider this as resisting us and well kill you on the spot. Since they were outnumbered and were technically in the wrong for coming to this place without permission, Yuan and Wang Xiaoying agreed to be cuffed without much fuss. Good. Now we can enter the city. Wang Xiaoying looked at these cuffs with a frown on her face and she spoke. Yuan? I don't feel so good. It's like these cuffs are draining my strength. Really? Yuan raised his eyebrows since he didn't feel such effects. These are special cuffs that will seal the cultivation of anyone wearing them, mostly humans. As long as you wear these, you won't be able to use your cultivation and cause any troubles. As if we'd cause any trouble. Wang Xiaoying exclaimed. It's better to be safe than sorry, and we only have these kinds of shackles in this place, so it's not like we have a choice. The dragons said to them before bringing them into the city. Once they were inside the city, the dragons brought Yuan and Wang Xiaoying into this building before tossing them into a jail cell. The two of you will stay right there until our supervisor comes for questioning, said the dragons before leaving them alone. I can't believe it. To think we'd become criminals and even tossed into a jail cell. Wang Xiaoying sighed as this was a completely new experience for her. We'll be fine as long as we cooperate with them, Yuan said to her. This is all that damned Mystic Pagoda's fault. Why did it bring us here? Are we still inside the Mystic Realm? If not, does this mean we have failed the event since we technically left the place? I have so many questions. Wang Xiaoying sighed out loud. There's nothing we can really do since we're already in this place. Once they let us go, we will find a way back home. Yuan said. You're really optimistic, huh? What makes you think they'll release us? What if they keep us here forever? But we didn't do anything wrong. Why would they keep us here forever? Yuan tilted his head with an innocent expression on his face. You really don't understand, huh? These people are not human, Yuan. They're all magical beasts. I wouldn't be surprised if they treat humans like trash. Even worse, food. Wang Xiaoying shuddered at the thought of being eaten by dragons. If anything happens, we can simply log off, Yuan said. But we won't be able to log back on afterward since they'll be waiting for us. In other words, we won't be able to play until we have other players rescue us. But who could possibly rescue us when we don't even know where we are? If the only way to come here is through the Mystic Pagoda, nobody will be able to come here. Wang Xiaoying sighed. Yuan frowned upon realizing how grave their situation was. If we die, maybe we'll respawn outside the Mystic Realm. Yuan then said. I doubt it. Did you already forget? We're inside a city, Yuan. All cities are checkpoints, so if you die, you'll simply respawn in your last city visited. Wang Xiaoying said. Oh, I didn't know that since I have never died before. And I don't really interact with other players either. Yuan said. Anyways, we're in big trouble right now. Hopefully these dragons don't have any grudges with humans. Wang Xiaoying sighed. About half an hour later, a figure finally entered their room and stood before their jail cell. Hello. Yuan greeted this middle-aged man wearing silver armor that had a dragon design on his chest and two dragon heads on his shoulders. This middle-aged man didn't respond to his greetings, merely staring at them with a solemn expression on his face. How long has it been since I last saw humans? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? I don't remember. However, the stench you humans give off. I will never forget it. The middle-aged man mumbled with a look of disdain on his face. Wang Xiaoying swallowed nervously after hearing his words. Clearly this guy doesn't like humans. Which meant their chances of surviving this nonsense just dropped significantly. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man spoke. I will now ask you questions. If anything that comes out of your mouth is not related to the question, I will have you both executed. Do you understand? Why yes. Wang Xiuying quickly nodded. Yuan nodded silently. Chapter 352 Interrogation. Once Yuan and Wang Xiuying nodded their heads, the middle-aged man began to speak. First question, how did you two use the teleport formation to get here? We don't know. Wang Xiuying said, and she continued, we were standing on this formation and before we knew it, we were already teleported to this place. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man continued, second question, where were you guys before this? Where is this formation that you spoke of? It was inside this building that is also within this place called the Mystic Realm. The Mystic Realm? The middle-aged man frowned and turned silent again. Third question, what is your purpose for coming here? As Wed already said countless times by now, we didn't come here by choice. We have no reason to be here. Yuan said. Last question. What are your backgrounds? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and stared at them with a sharp gaze. We're just disciples within the lower heavens. We were participating in this event that required us to enter the Mystic Realm, and after exploring the place we ended up here. Wang Xiuying said. Sometime later, the middle-aged man turned around and prepared to leave the room. Wait. What about us? Wang Xiuying asked him in a nervous voice. You'll be staying here for a little longer while I verify some information. Don't worry, as much as I hate you humans, I don't kill unnecessarily. The middle-aged man said to them before leaving the room. Phew. At least they won't immediately kill us. Wang Xiuying released a relieved sigh. Thus, the two of them continued to wait inside the jail cell. Meanwhile, outside the building, the middle-aged man made his way to this massive palace, which took him about an hour of flying. Captain Cheng. The guards at the bottom of this palace greeted this middle-aged man wearing silver armor. I'm here to see the royal family regarding the teleport formation that had recently been activated, he said. The royal family is already expecting you. Captain Cheng nodded his head and proceeded to walk the steps to the palace on the top. Even though he could simply fly up there, he didn't dare to do so since it was a sign of disregard and disrespect for the royal family that lived in this place. Sometime later, Captain Cheng entered the palace that was made entirely out of some sort of white jade-like material, giving the place an exquisite atmosphere. Once inside, Captain Cheng went straight to the audience hall, where 4 people sat at the end of the room, almost like they were expecting Captain Cheng to arrive. This subordinate apologizes for making the royal family wait. Captain Cheng kneeled on one of his knees and lowered his head before these 4 people before speaking in a respectful voice. Raise your head. One of the 4 figures spoke. Yes, your majesty. Captain Cheng raised his head to look at the 4 people sitting on the platform before him. A middle-aged man with sharp facial expressions, a beautiful middle-aged woman that gave off a sophisticated aura, a handsome young man with a stern look on his face, and finally, a graceful young lady with bright and clear eyes. Now, tell us about the individuals who'd managed to activate the teleport formation, said the middle-aged man wearing majestic robes fitting of an emperor. Yes, your majesty. Captain Cheng responded before continuing, according to my investigation, these 2 individuals are humans from the lower heavens, and they'd accidentally arrived at this place. What? Humans from the lower heavens? And they accidentally arrived at this place? How is that possible? One doesn't simply just accidentally arrive at our ancient dragon city that has been isolated from the rest of the world for millions of years. The middle-aged woman spoke with a dumbfounded look on her beautiful face. They also mentioned coming from the Mystic Realm. Captain Cheng suddenly added. What? The Mystic Realm? Why didn't you say that first, you idiot? The middle-aged lady quickly said. The Mystic Realm. So it's time, huh? The middle-aged man mumbled with a nostalgic look on his face. But why are there 2 people? I was only expecting 1. Captain Cheng, I want you to bring these 2 humans here. The middle-aged man then said. Pardon me? Your Majesty wants me to bring the humans, here? To the Dragon Palace? Captain Cheng looked at them with wide eyes filled with shock, as he thought humans are forbidden to step foot inside the Dragon Palace. Do I have to repeat myself, Captain Cheng? The middle-aged man frowned. No. This subordinate will immediately bring them here. Please excuse me. Captain Cheng quickly stood up and left the palace. However, he didn't forget to bow to them once more before leaving. Why are you allowing humans to step foot inside our sacred dragon palace, father? The young man sitting beside him asked after Captain Cheng left the scene. This is a complicated situation that even I don't understand fully, and it's also our ancestors' will. What? The ancestors? The young man and young lady expressed great shock after hearing this. You're still too young to learn it, so I will spare the explanation for now. You'll probably understand it sooner or later regardless now that these visitors have finally come. The middle-aged man said. Finally come? The young man raised his eyebrows as it sounded like they have been waiting for these people to come for a long time now. Didn't these humans come here by accident? How could they possibly predict something like this? I wonder what kind of people these humans are. This will be my first time seeing humans. The young lady suddenly spoke with anticipation in her eyes. Why are you excited? They are only humans, inferior beings compared to us dragons. From what I heard, they're all weak and have terrible characteristics. In fact, humans are the reason we've isolated ourselves in this world. The young man sneered. Still, I want to see them for myself. The young lady said. Chapter 353 Dragon Palace. After leaving the Dragon Palace, Captain Cheng returned to the building where Yuan and Wang Xiaoying were being held. Are the humans still inside? Captain Cheng asked the guard standing outside. Yes, Captain. Nobody has entered or left this place ever since you left. The guards responded. Good. Captain Cheng went inside a moment later to see Yuan and Wang Xiaoying sitting in their jail cell with bored-looking expressions on their faces. Guards, open the cells. Captain Cheng said to them. Yes, Captain. The guards didn't question him and immediately opened the cell doors. Are we free? Wang Xiaoying's face immediately brightened. No, you're not free. You're coming with me now. Captain Cheng said to them. Oh. Wang Xiaoying sighed after hearing this and returned to look dispirited. Once they were outside, Captain Cheng carried the two of them into the skies using chi manipulation. You're a spirit king? Yuan recognized his spiritual energy. However, it was much more powerful than Senior Niece and even Xiaohua's cultivation. If he had to take a guess, this person was around the peak of Spirit King. Captain Cheng looked at Yuan and said, You can tell? Not bad for someone only in the Spirit Grandmaster realm. Only? Wang Xiaoying raised her eyebrows. How powerful are the people here when you make it sound like Spirit Grandmasters are insignificant? Humph. You're from the lower heavens, so Spirit Grandmasters are probably the peak of cultivation there and are revered by everyone and their mother. However, in this world, Spirit Grandmasters are only qualified to become bodyguards at best. What? Bodyguards at best? Wang Xiaoying stared at him with a dazed look on her face, as she was having trouble imagining the power scale of this place. Just where are we exactly? Yuan asked him a moment later. You're currently in the ancient Dragon City, a place isolated from the Nine Heavens. In other words, we don't belong to the Nine Heavens. However, if we were, we would probably exist somewhere in the middle of the Nine Heavens. So even higher than the Spirit Heavens? Amazing. Yuan expressed his admiration. Spirit Heavens? That place is like a backwater area compared to our sacred place. Captain Cheng laughed out loud. Sometime later, Yuan asked, By the way, where are we heading? We've been traveling for almost an hour now. It's a place that's too good for you humans, that's for sure. We're almost there. He'll explain it more once we get there. A few more minutes later, Captain Cheng started descending from the skies. That's a palace? What a beautiful place. Yuan expressed his admiration for the palace made out of white jade. A breathtaking place indeed. Wang Xiaoying mumbled with a dazed look on her face. Once they landed, Captain Cheng said to them, This is the Dragon Palace where the royal family lives. The royal family? Wang Xiaoying swallowed nervously. These people sound like incredible big shots. Why were they brought here? To meet the royal family? I will warn you now, and I will only warn you once. If you show even the slightest disrespect or hostility towards the royal family, I will immediately kill you on the spot. Captain Cheng warned them with a stern look on his face. Do you two understand? Yes. They quickly nodded. Good. Then follow me. Captain Cheng then led them to the staircase where other guards were stationed. Wow, they're really all Spirit Grandmasters, Yuan said to himself after seeing their cultivation. Once they climbed the staircase, Captain Cheng brought them to the audience room, where the royal family was already seated. That's the royal family? They have such a powerful atmosphere around them. Wang Xiaoying could feel a suffocating pressure around her body just from looking at them. Stop right there. Captain Cheng suddenly said to them once they got within a certain distance from the royal family. Yuan and Wang Xiaoying immediately stopped walking. Greet the royal family. He continued. Hello. The two of them greeted the royal family awkwardly, as they have never met royalty before, much less greet them. The audacity. Why aren't you kneeling on the floor when you're greeting the royal family? And what's with that greeting? Do you have a death wish? I even warned you right before we entered this place. Captain Ching roared at them before grabbing the sword by his side and raising it into the air, seemingly prepared to chop them to pieces. Oh, Yuan. Wang Xiuying shouted in a terrified voice. Yuan subconsciously responded to Wang Xiuying's voice, and he immediately summoned the Empyrean Overlord and stood between Captain Cheng and Wang Xiuying, protecting her from him. Why you? How dare you point a weapon at me? A mere human. Captain Cheng's Spirit King cultivation base exploded from his body. Wang Xiuying coughed up a mouthful of blood after experiencing Captain Cheng's tyrannical cultivation base. Yuan wasn't much better. Even with his talents, the disparity between Spirit Grandmaster and Spirit King was simply too much. Furthermore, his opponent was a dragon. However, he wasn't just going to stand there and do nothing while Wang Xiuying was feeling pain. But before he could really do anything, the middle-aged man sitting at the end of the room suddenly stood up and shouted in a loud voice, "Halt!" A powerful aura that was far stronger than Captain Cheng's aura suddenly filled the place, yet it didn't hurt Yuan or Wang Xiuying. Instead, it cancelled out Captain Cheng's aura. Captain Cheng immediately withdrew his pressure after hearing the middle-aged man's words. Who told you to treat the guests so roughly, Captain Cheng? If you'd hurt them or worse, killed them, the death sentence would be the least of your worries. The middle-aged man exclaimed, shocking him. The subordinate was wrong. Captain Cheng immediately kneeled on the ground and apologized. However, the middle-aged man ignored him and approached Yuan and Wang Xiuying. Be at ease, guests. Things had gotten out of hand just now, and it was never our intention. The middle-aged man said to Yuan with a friendly smile on his face. Chapter 354 Royal Family? Despite the middle-aged man's friendly approach, Yuan remained alert, keeping the Empyrean Overlord in his grasp. Captain Cheng, get out of our sight. The middle-aged man turned to look at him. But I cannot leave these two here without any supervision. Do you really think we need supervision for them? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. The subordinate has asked a stupid question. Please excuse me. Captain Cheng said before leaving the room with a reddened face. Once Captain Cheng left the scene, the middle-aged man returned his attention to Yuan and said, Shi Shengma, also known as the Dragon Emperor, ruler of the ancient Dragon City. Behind me is my royal family. The middle-aged woman nodded her head and said, Shi Mingza, also known as the Dragon Empress. Dragon Prince Xi Meili, said the handsome young man in a prideful tone. Hello. I am Xi Meili, the youngest child. I have always wanted to meet humans. The graceful young lady spoke with a bright smile on her face, complimenting her bright eyes. Yuan felt oddly at ease after Xi Meili's introduction, and he lowered his sword. He then turned to look at Wang Xiuying and asked her, Are you okay? Why, I am fine. I have experienced worse pain when I practiced my own medicine on myself. She nodded her head after wiping the blood from her lips. Here, let me help you get these cuffs off. The Dragon Emperor snapped his fingers, causing the cuffs to open and fall onto the ground. Once the situation calmed down, the Dragon Emperor returned to his seat and said to them, I have heard the situation from Captain Cheng. You two arrived here by accident after encountering a formation in the mystic realm, correct? That's right. Yuan nodded. After sitting there in silence with a pondering face, the Dragon Emperor spoke, Come with me. I want to confirm something, whether it's all just a big coincidence or you're really the one. Confirm what? Yuan raised his eyebrows. The Dragon Emperor stood up and said, Our ancestors had a prophecy, that one day, a human will arrive at our ancient dragon city and complete the ritual. Ritual? Wang Xiuying and Yuan looked at each other. This sounded dangerous in its own ways. Come with me, I'll show you. The Dragon Emperor said as he walked out of the room. Yuan and Wang Xiuying followed him. Not that they really had a choice in the first place. Hey, why are you wearing a mask? The Dragon Princess, Xi Meili, suddenly appeared beside Yuan and asked him with a curious gaze on her pretty face. Oh, I have my reasons. But if you want me to take it off, I don't mind, since that reason doesn't apply in this place. Yuan said. I want to see your face if you don't mind. Xi Meili said. Yuan nodded and removed the mask on his face, revealing to them his handsome and young face. Good enough. Yes, you look much better than I'd imagined. Xi Meili chuckled. He'll take that as a compliment. Yuan smiled. What's the outside world like? Are there a lot of humans? Xi Meili then asked. Yes, there are. The only thing different outside is that we're not surrounded by clouds like we're here. This reminds me, are we somewhere in the sky or something? Yuan then asked. Nope. That's just how this world is. The ground is made of clouds and the sky also has clouds. I see. What a mythical place. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they arrived at the ritual site, which was a couple of miles behind the dragon palace. The ritual site itself wasn't anything too special. There were 9 dragon statues placed in a circle formation, and in the middle of this formation was a crystal ball shaped like a dragon's head. What are we supposed to do here? Yuan asked them. Do you see that crystal ball in the middle? The Dragon Emperor asked him, and he continued without waiting for a response. That is the crystal of fate. If you drop your blood onto it, the crystal of fate will evaluate your talents, and the dragon statues will release a pillar of light that corresponds to your talents. If you can somehow make all 9 dragon statues release a pillar of light, a treasure will reveal itself. This treasure was left behind by our ancestors, and we have been trying to obtain it for millions of years now. However, we've never been able to release all 9 pillars of light, only 7 at most. Now this is where their prophecy comes into play. They said that one day someone, a human, will arrive in our world and release all 9 pillars of light. As if a mere human could possibly have more talents than us dragons. The dragon prince suddenly snorted. He then looked at Yuan and said, just so you know, I have managed to release 7 pillars of light. And I am recognized as one of the most talented dragons since our ancestors' era. If you can release more pillars of light than I did, I will lower my head and call you boss. Yuan was at loss for words. By the way, I also managed to release 7 pillars of light. Xi Meili said a moment later. Now which one of you would like to go first? The prophecy only mentioned a single human, so I wasn't expecting 2. The Dragon Emperor said to them. Yuan then said, if we help you in this ritual, will you help us return to our own place? As in return to the mystic realm? That's going to be a little tricky since it's been a long time since anyone has left this world, but we'll try to assist you to the best of our abilities. I understand. Yuan nodded, then he turned to look at Wang Xiaoying and asked her, do you want to go first? I do. Wang Xiaoying immediately nodded her head. Chapter 355 Dragon Awakening Ritual. Okay, then this young lady shall go first. The Dragon Emperor nodded his head at Wang Xiaoying. Wang Xiaoying then approached the crystal ball in the middle of the formation. I just need to drop some of my blood onto this crystal ball, right? She asked for confirmation. That is correct. You may use the dagger beside the crystal of fate to release your blood. Just a few drops will be enough. The Dragon Emperor nodded. Wang Xiaoying grabbed the cool-looking dagger with a dragon design on the handle and poked a small hole on the tip of her finger. She then squeezed a few drops of blood onto the crystal ball. The crystal ball immediately absorbed her blood and began glowing a subtle golden light. A few seconds later, one of the dragon statues emitted a golden aura before shooting into the sky. A few more seconds later, a second dragon statue released a pillar of golden light into the sky. Then, a third pillar of light appeared in the sky for all of the people in the city to see. Someone is partaking in the Dragon Awakening ritual? Who could it be? The people in the city stopped whatever they were doing to spectate the ritual like they always do. However, the ritual ended sooner than the people had expected, as the pillars of lights had stopped at 3. Which trash is participating in the ritual? 3 pillars of light? That's pathetic. When was the last time someone released only 3 pillars? I don't remember. The people spectating the ritual from afar burst out laughing when they saw the results. Meanwhile, at the ritual site, Xi Meili slapped his thighs and laughed out loud. 3? How laughable. I guess you're not the one. The Dragon Emperor shook his head at Wang Xiaoying, who returned with a somewhat embarrassed expression on her face. Don't mind it, young lady. Releasing 3 pillars of light is actually very good for someone from the lower heavens. You should be proud of yourself. Xi Meili approached Wang Xiaoying to comfort her. Thank you, Dragon Princess. Wang Xiaoying said with a slight smile on her face. I'm serious, young lady. Releasing 3 pillars of light is an incredible feat for a human. This Dragon Awakening ritual is meant for dragons. If other humans in the lower heavens were to take this ritual, they might not even be able to release a single pillar. Xi Meili reassured her that it was nothing to be embarrassed about. If you say it like that, I guess. The smile on Wang Xiaoying's face became less stiff and more genuine. Young man, it's your turn. The Dragon Emperor looked at Yuan. Since Wang Xiaoying failed, it was very likely that Yuan is the person mentioned in the prophecy, but there is also the chance that neither of them has anything to do with the prophecy and that they truly arrived in this place by accident. Sometime later, Yuan approached the crystal ball shaped like a dragon's head and took a deep breath. He then dropped some of his blood onto it. Once the crystal ball absorbed his blood, it immediately began to glow golden, and it was emitting a light that was noticeably more colorful than Wang Xiaoying's attempt. A few seconds later, the first pillar of light was released, piercing straight into the heavens. The second pillar appeared a few more seconds later, as did the third and fourth. Look. Someone else is partaking in the dragon awakening ritual. For pillars, huh? At least this person is already better than the last one. Obtaining 3 pillars will guarantee that they will reach Spirit Grandmaster. 4 pillars mean they have the talent to reach Spirit Lord. A few seconds later, the 5th pillar appeared. 5 pillars. This person will reach at least Spirit King. Not bad. Oh, 6 pillars. Someone has managed to obtain 6 pillars. This person is, without a doubt, a genius. Spirit Emperor is guaranteed for this person as long as he or she lives long enough. Heavens. 7 pillars. This person has managed to get 7 pillars. He's on the same level as the children from the royal family. Whoever this person is, his future is looking great. 7 pillars? Xi Meili, the Dragon Prince, swallowed nervously upon seeing this, and an ominous feeling appeared in his guts. However, the 8th pillar didn't appear after the 7th pillar, at least not within just a few seconds like usual. Just as Xi Meili sighed in relief that Yuan stopped at 7 pillars of light, the 8th dragon statue began emitting a golden aura before shooting it into the skies, shocking the spectators. 8 pillars. Whoever this individual is, he's managed to rival the ancestors in terms of talents. The spectators were shaking in excitement when they saw this. The Dragon Emperor also trembled with excitement and anticipation when he saw this. He's the one. There's no way he isn't the one in the prophecy. The Dragon Emperor was almost certain at this point that Yuan was the one they have been waiting for. The one hole helped them reveal their ancestors' treasure. A whole minute after Yuan released the 8th pillar of light, the ancient dragon city suddenly began to shake, which shook the residences greatly, as they have never experienced an earthquake in this world before. In fact, natural earthquakes cannot happen in this world, so this was a phenomenon caused by something unnatural. What's happening? The earthquake was so powerful that it knocked many people onto the ground. A few moments into the earthquake, the 9th dragon statue suddenly began to emit a golden aura. However, what came out of the 9th statue wasn't a pillar of light. Instead, the hologram of a dragon appeared from the statue and flew towards the sky before circling around the world like some kind of guardian. In fact, this dragon somewhat resembled the dragon that appeared at the Dragon Essence Temple after Yuan cleared all 100 floors of the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. Chapter 356 Dragon Ancestor. The moment this dragon appeared in the sky, the Dragon Emperor and his family could feel their blood reacting to the dragon. Ancestor. The Dragon Emperor and the others immediately kowtowed on the ground and bowed to the dragon in the sky. If one were to see the ancient dragon city from above right now, one would see that every person in this city was kowtowing at this moment. Unexpectedly, the ancestor of the royal family had been summoned after awakening the 9th dragon statue. This dragon looks familiar. The Great One? Yuan sort of recognized this dragon in the sky, as it resembled the Great One he has met multiple times by now. After circling around the sky above the ancient dragon city exactly 9 times, the golden dragon stopped flying and turned to stare at the city with its powerful gaze that sent chills down everyone's spine. The dragon ancestor then narrowed its eyes at the area behind the dragon palace, or more specifically, the individual who was standing in the dragon awakening ritual, Yuan. So you have finally returned. The dragon ancestor spoke. And it continued, oh, before you respond or ask me anything, I am merely a recording, so I won't be able to answer your questions. After a moment of silence, the dragon ancestor continued, the fact that you've summoned me means you've finally made it to my humble world. You may or may not remember anything, but this is proof that you're on the right track. However, coming here is just the beginning. You still have a long journey before you will accomplish your goals. And just like we have arranged, I have left behind for you a small gift. I hope to see you soon at the peak. After a small pause, the dragon ancestor continued, "Now as for my family, I don't know who is in charge right now or what you're doing, but I want you to treat my little friend here right. Consider this request my will or something like that. You won't regret it, I promise. Until next time, my friend." The dragon ancestor disappeared from the sky shortly after saying his words, dumbfounding everybody in the ancient dragon city, as nobody there had any idea what their ancestor was talking about. However, to call someone its friend, this person must be fairly important to the dragon ancestor. Once the dragon ancestor disappeared, the ninth and final pillar of light appeared in the sky. It was at this moment a massive magic circle appeared in the sky above the ancient dragon city. "What the heck is that?" Xi Meili cried out loud when he saw this formation. Such a thing existed above the city? Even I didn't know this. The dragon emperor was also shocked to see the formation. A few moments later, this formation in the sky released a powerful light that basked everyone in the ancient dragon city. "Father, I can feel my body growing more powerful. I think this light is affecting our bloodline." Xi Meili suddenly exclaimed. "What?" When Xi Meili mentioned their bloodline, the dragon emperor and dragon empress immediately checked their bodies, and sure enough, their bloodlines had improved. The formation in the sky disappeared exactly a minute later, and a small object could be seen descending from the sky afterward. This object descended towards the dragon palace and hovered in front of Yuan some time later. "This is a drop of blood?" Yuan grabbed the bottle that contained a single drop of blood inside. "You have completed the hidden quest, Dragon Awakening Ritual. You have obtained Dragon Ancestor's blood essence. You have obtained fame plus 500. Peace quickly returned to the ancient dragon city, but the people there were still filled with shock and disbelief about the events today, and they will remain that way for the next couple of days. Why, young man, what was your name again?" The dragon emperor looked at Yuan with a complicated look on his face. "Yuan. Do you think I can take a look at that treasure, Yuan?" "Don't worry, I won't take it from you. The ancestor has already spoken. That treasure belongs to whoever manages to release all 9 pillars of light." The dragon emperor reassured him that they won't take away the treasure. After all, if they went against their ancestors' wishes, it might affect their bloodline, and no treasure in this world is worth more than their own bloodline. Yuan nodded and handed him the bottle. The royal family gathered around the dragon emperor and looked at the drop of blood inside the bottle. "My bloodline is reacting to this drop of blood," Xi Meili said. "Mine as well," Xi Meili agreed. "I think this drop of blood belongs to the ancestor," the dragon emperor said. "If that's true, this drop of blood is too precious to be given to a human. We cannot give it to him. It'll be worth more in our hands," Xi Meili said. "Ah." Xi Meili suddenly cried out loud in a painful voice when the dragon empress slapped him. She then said with a frown on her face, "Were you asleep just now when the dragon ancestor spoke? The dragon ancestor wants this treasure to be given to Yuan, so it will be given to him. No questions asked. Unless you want to challenge the dragon ancestor." "I don't dare," Xi Meili quickly said. "Challenge the dragon ancestor who dominated the 9 heavens and created this utopia for them? He'd be cursed to death by everyone around him regardless of his status as dragon prince." Sometime later, the dragon emperor handed the bottle back to Yuan and said to him, "Please take care of this treasure, Yuan. This drop of blood is worth more than you can possibly fathom. It's not something a human being should hold if I have to be completely honest with you." "I understand. Thank you." Yuan nodded and accepted the bottle of blood. "Do you have something I can use to hold it?" "I don't have my spatial ring with me." The dragon emperor nodded and said, "Of course. We have plenty of those. Come with me." Chapter 357 Xi Meili. Sometime later, Yuan and Wang Xiuying followed the royal family back into the dragon palace. "Congratulations, Yuan. You've managed to obtain a treasure that even immortals would kill for," Xi Meili said to him. "Immortals? How powerful are immortals?" Yuan asked. "Real immortals are extremely powerful. They're so powerful that even my parents cannot do anything to them despite their cultivation bases," Xi Meili said, and she continued, "By the way, my parents are one realm above spirit emperors, spirit sovereigns." "I see, but what can I do with this drop of blood? Can I consume it?" Yuan then asked. After all, he's already consumed phoenix blood before. "Yes. You can consume it to increase the grade of your bloodline. And depending on your bloodline, it might increase the grade of your bloodline by more than 1 grade. Crazy, right? Humans would go to war for this drop of blood," Xi Meili said. How lucky, Yuan. You have once again obtained something incredible. Wang Xiuying congratulated him. And she continued, in beginning to understand how you were able to achieve the things you had achieved. It just happens, Yuan said with a smile on his face. Sometime later, the Dragon Emperor handed Yuan a spatial ring. Here, you can use this to store your treasures. Dragon Spatial Ring, Grade, Heaven, Mental Strength Required, 25,000. Description, a pouch that contains its own space. Much larger than normal spatial rings. Can hold a few hundred watermelons inside. Thank you. Yuan accepted the ring before storing the dragon ancestor's blood essence inside. Now, regarding your way back to the lower heavens. We can try to activate the teleport formation you guys came from, but that will require some time and research since it's been a very long time since we last used it. The Dragon Emperor said to them. How long do you think it'll take, Senior Xi? Wang Xiuying asked him. At least a week, he responded. A week, huh? As long as we can get back before the Mystic Realm event ends. She nodded. You can stay here in the meantime. I will assign some servants to you. I will do it. Xi Meili suddenly interrupted, even volunteering for the job. You will? Her father looked at her with raised eyebrows. You guys don't mind, right? I want to spend as much time as I can with you two before you leave this place. Who knows, maybe this will be my last time seeing humans. Xi Meili said. I don't mind, Yuan said. Me neither. Wang Xiuying agreed. Great. Lunch is about to be served, so we can decide what you want to do afterward. Maybe I can show you around the city or something. Xi Meili suggested. That sounds like a great idea. As someone who loves to explore, Yuan agreed with her suggestion. Xi Meili then brought them to the guest room, where they drank tea and talked about random things until lunch was prepared. What's life like here? You can't leave this place, right? It reminds me of the people inside the mystic realm since they also cannot leave that world. Yuan asked Xi Meili. It's not that we cannot leave this place. We can leave whenever we want, but nobody really wants to go outside. Xi Meili revealed to him. Really? What? Aren't you bored of staying in this one place for the rest of your life? Yuan then asked. Although I don't know how big the outside world is, I was told that the ancient dragon city was comparable to an entire continent outside. And while it does get boring sometimes, at least we're safe in this world. I heard from my parents that the outside world is incredibly dangerous with life-threatening existences roaming everywhere. In this world, people rarely die from unnatural causes, and everyone can live for tens of thousands of years without any worries. What an incredible place. It sounds almost like a paradise. Wang Xiuying said, feeling a little envious of their peaceful life. Yes. Xi Meili nodded her head with a bright expression on her face and she continued to speak. Furthermore, everyone in this world is from the dragon race, so we don't have to worry about arguing with the other races, which is incredibly common in the outside world from what I heard. I see. By the way, what cultivation are you? I cannot sense your cultivation base. Yuan suddenly asked her, as he has been wondering about this for a while now. Me? I'm a Spirit Emperor, she casually said. Spirit Emperor? If you don't mind me asking, how old are you? Wang Xiuying asked her. I will be 10,169 years old next month. 10,000 years old. You don't look that old. Wang Xiuying said, feeling a little envious of Xi Meili. If only she could be 100 years old and look like she was in her early 20s, much less 10,000 years old, that would be the dream of every female in the real world. Oh, I'm still very young. My brother is almost 30,000 years old. As for my parents, they're well over 100,000 years old. Xi Meili said. What's the average lifespan for an ordinary dragon? Yuan asked out of curiosity. About 50,000 years, but that number increases drastically with cultivation. 50,000 years? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. The cultivation world is truly unfathomable and filled with wonders. What about you two? How old are you? Xi Meili asked them next. I'm 18 years old. Wang Xiuying said. I'm also 18 years old, Yuan said. Wait, you're only 18 years old? Xi Meili looked at Yuan with a gawking expression on her pretty face. Yes. Yuan said in a questioning tone. And you're already a spirit grandmaster? As expected of someone who managed to release all 9 pillars of light. Your talents are truly terrifying. Xi Meili said. Sometime later, a servant notified them that lunch was prepared. Let's go eat for now. We can talk more later. Xi Meili said, escorting them to the dining room shortly after. Chapter 358, A Dragon's Pride. Once Xi Meili brought them to the dining room, they were greeted by a large table that was filled with food from the center to the edge of the table. There was so much food on the table that it looked like a feast for 100 people. Wang Xiaoying was left speechless by this. Surely they didn't have to cook that much food for just 6 people, right? That's a lot of food, Yuan said out loud after seeing it. Xi Meili chuckled and said, "We're dragons, we eat a lot. Come take a seat." The Dragon Emperor said to them with a bright smile on his face, clearly in a very blissful mood. A few moments later, once they were all seated, the Dragon Emperor spoke again. "Yuan, I will raise this cup for you who released all 9 pillars of light and made history today, even helping us improve our bloodlines." "Thank you, Yuan." The Dragon Empress also raised her cup. "As much as I hate to admit it, you're pretty good for a human." Xi Murong also raised his cup. After spending some time alone, Xi Murong realized that Yuan wasn't like the other humans and that he was qualified to be acknowledged by them. "If I remember correctly, you promised to address Yuan as boss if he managed to release more pillars than you, elder brother." Xi Meili reminded him as she raised her cup. "Shut up. Why did you have to remind him?" Xi Murong's face quickly flushed with redness. "Go ahead. Eat whatever you want and as much as you want," the Dragon Emperor said to them before digging in. The royal family immediately started grabbing the food and tossed them into their mouths, taking large bites and eating them in a somewhat barbaric manner, completely unbefitting of their status. Wang Xiaoying was left speechless by their eating manner, but when she thought about it, they were not human, and their eating resembled how magical beasts would eat their food. "Wow, these foods have so much spiritual energy in them. They taste great," Yuan exclaimed after swallowing a mouthful of food. Almost everything on this table was raised by the royal family. "I'm glad you like it." The Dragon Emperor laughed. "I can feel my cultivation base soaring just from eating. I have never experienced this before." Wang Xiaoying managed to enter the Spirit Warrior realm after swallowing a few mouthfuls of food. "Most of them are raised to Spirit Grandmaster before we eat them, so you're consuming Spirit Grandmaster spiritual meat. You'll most likely increase a few more levels during this lunch," Xi Meili said to her. "A Spirit Grandmaster spiritual meat? I don't know about the spirit heavens, but the lower heavens definitely don't have such luxury." Wang Xiaoying mumbled, and she quickly began stuffing more food inside her mouth, as this was a great opportunity to raise her cultivation easily. It was the right choice to follow Yuan. If I continue following him, who knows what might happen. I might even become a top player just by following him. Wang Xiaoying thought to herself. Unfortunately, I am not playing this game to become the best player out there. Since her main objective was to find a cure for Yuan in this vast cultivation world, she will be focusing on that. If I can go to the spirit heavens, I will be able to learn even more things. I might even find a cure for Yuan, Wang Xiaoying thought. Sometime later, once they had consumed over half of the food on the table, the royal family began worrying if they would have enough food or not, as they had underestimated Yuan's eating capabilities. Heavens! This human's appetite is as big as us dragons. And dragons are known for having huge appetites compared to the other races. Xi Murong cried inwardly when he realized how much Yuan had eaten. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoying had stopped eating long ago, and she was on the verge of collapsing from eating too much. However, she had managed to increase her cultivation base to 9th level Spirit Warrior from her effort. "Tell the cooks to bring us more food. And tell them to not stop cooking until I say so." The Dragon Emperor commanded the servants there, as he wasn't going to risk running out of food, which would be an embarrassment for their family. A royal family running out of food during a feast? If word got out, they would become laughing stocks. "If there's not enough food, you don't have to mind me," Yuan said to them with an innocent face. "Ah, nonsense. Eat as much as you want. In fact, don't stop eating until you're full," the Dragon Emperor said. Yuan nodded and continued to stuff his face with more food. When Xi Murong saw this, he quickened his eating pace, not wanting to lose to Yuan for a second time. "Although you might have beaten me in terms of talent, I will never let you beat me when it comes to eating. My pride as a dragon is on the line here," Xi Murong cried inwardly. A few hours and a couple 100 pounds of food later, Yuan patted his round stomach and finally stopped eating. "I am full," he said with a satisfied look on his face, as it has been a long time since he'd been this full. "Yes, I won," Xi Murong said with a somewhat sick look on his face. "Huh." Yuan looked at Xi Murong, who was looking in his direction with a prideful look, unaware of the battle they just had. "Are you sure you're really human and don't actually have a dragon bloodline?" Xi Meili chuckled. "I'm pretty sure I am human." Yuan smiled. Anyways, it's getting late, so we'll have to visit the city tomorrow. They'll show you the guest rooms now if you're ready to move. Xi Meili said to them. Give me a few minutes? Yuan said while pointing at his round belly. Me too. Wang Xiuing also said. Don't worry. Take all the time you need. They'll go prepare your rooms now. Xi Meili said to them before leaving the dining room. Chapter 359 Rivals. While Xi Meili went to prepare their rooms, the Dragon Emperor remained in the room with them and spoke. Yuan, if you have any questions for me, now is the best time. Now that you mention it, I have had something on my mind ever since I saw the Dragon Ancestor. Just who is the Dragon Ancestor? And is he related to the Great One? Yuan asked. The Dragon Emperor immediately frowned upon hearing Yuan mention the Great One, and he spoke in a serious voice. Where did you hear about the Great One? Oh, I met him a few times. Well, not actually in person, but I have spoken with his illusions a couple of times, Yuan said. I see. The Dragon Emperor closed his eyes for a moment before speaking. The Dragon Ancestor and the Great One are not related at all. The Dragon Ancestor is an incredibly powerful divine beast who has existed since the primordial era with multiple empires across the 9 heavens, and this ancient dragon city is merely one of them. As for the Great One, he was born in the same era as the Dragon Ancestor, and they were rivals of sorts, both racing to the peak. Rivals, huh? Do you know who won? Yuan asked. Sorry, but I can't tell you as I don't have the answer to your question. According to the rumors, they were both equally as talented, so who knows really? I see. Yuan mumbled. Then do you know where I can find the Great One? Unfortunately, the Great One isn't someone you can just find. You must have a strong destiny if you want to find him, and even then, you don't know when or where you'll find him. The Dragon Emperor said. And from my knowledge, the Great One is always traveling the 9 heavens. I see. Yuan nodded. By the way, I have been wondering as well. What was the Dragon Ancestor talking about? They had anticipated your arrival and even expected that you'd release all 9 pillars of light. It seemed like they had arranged for everything that happened today. Honestly, I also have no idea. This is my first time in this place, and I have never met any dragons besides the Great One before coming here. Yuan shrugged. How weird. The Dragon Emperor mumbled. The Dragon Ancestor definitely expected Yuan's arrival, even speaking to him as though he was very familiar with Yuan. Of course, it was only a recording, but something felt odd about this situation. Sometime later, Xi Meili returned and said, Your rooms are prepared. Can you guys walk now? Yes, I can. Thank you. Yuan nodded as he stood up from his chair, feeling as though he'd gained some weight overall. Thus, Yuan and Wang Xiuing followed Xi Meili to their rooms. Wow, what a massive room. I have never been to such a luxurious room before, and I have been to many high-grade hotels because of my grandpa, Wang Xiuing exclaimed. As the granddaughter of one of the most famous doctors in the world, it was only natural that Wang Xiuing would have plenty of experience as a rich young lady. However, no hotel in their world could rival a mere guest room in the Dragon Palace that was as spacious as an entire house. Yuan, your room is right next door, Xi Meili said to him. Okay. Thank you. I'll leave you two alone to rest now. Tomorrow I will show you guys around the city, okay? That sounds great. Yuan nodded. Great. Then good night. Xi Meili said to them before leaving and returning to her own room. This is such a wonderful room that I'm going to sleep in here tonight instead of my own room, Wang Xiuing declared with an excited look on her face. What happened to sleeping every day? Yuan said with a teasing smile on his face. Shut it. Once in a while is fine. And I am still technically sleeping. It's just that I'll be doing it inside the game. She quickly refuted, her face slightly rosy. Then I'll see you later. Good night. Yuan said to her before going to his own room. Good night, Yuan. A few moments later, Yuan entered his own room and looked around, paying the most attention to the ancient-looking furniture. After spending many minutes looking around the place, Yuan jumped onto the large bed that could easily fit an entire family of 4. Wow, what a comfortable bed. I have never experienced anything like this before. Yuan felt as though he was sleeping on clouds when he laid on the bed. Sometime later, he retrieved the Dragon Ancestor's blood essence and stared at it silently. I really want to consume this right now, but it's probably better to wait until I return to Feng Feng's side so I can ask for advice. I can't be so hasty with such a priceless treasure after all. With that in mind, Yuan stored the dragon blood back into the dragon spatial ring. Yuan logged off the game shortly after for dinner. Yuan, something happened outside the mystic realm today, Meishio said to him as she fed him dinner. What happened? A pillar of light shot out of the mystic realm, she said. Really? What caused this pillar of light? Yuan was unaware that the pillar of light was created by the teleport formation. Nobody knows. However, the pillar of light came from the mystic pagoda, so something probably happened there, she then said. Gem? Mystic pagoda? Yuan suddenly realized something. I think I know why. He then said. Really? What caused it? This is going to be a little long, so I'll tell you after dinner, Yuan said. Okay. After feeding Yuan dinner and cleaning the mess, she returned to his room for his long story. Let's see, where should I begin? After pondering for a moment, Yuan began recalling what had experienced in the mystic realm today, starting from how he entered the mystic pagoda with Wang Xiuying before being teleported to this weird place where only dragons lived. Chapter 360 Serious Implications. Ancient Dragon City? So are you still inside the mystic realm or not? Meishio asked him after hearing his story. I don't think so. But you still have your cultivation base, right? Shouldn't your cultivation base return to your original cultivation base, maybe a little more after you leave the place? Meishio asked. Now that you mention it, I still had my mystic realm cultivation base at the ancient dragon city. Maybe it's a phenomenon because I didn't leave the mystic realm the proper way? That's the only logical explanation for it, I guess, Meishio mumbled. Anyways, what are you going to do now? Do you have a way to return to the mystic realm? I have no idea how to return, but the Dragon Emperor said he'll try to do something about it, so we can only rely on him for now. Do you want me to tell the sect master and the others? Meishio then asked. I don't want them to worry, so let's keep this a secret for now, and it's not like we're in danger or anything, Yuan said. Okay. Sometime later, Meishio left his room whilst Yuan went back inside the game, mostly because he wanted to sleep in the Dragon Palace that was much more comfortable than his own room, just like Wang Xiuying. Ah, this bed is perfect. Yuan closed his eyes and fully indulged himself in the comfort, feeling as though he was surrounded by fluffy clouds, and he quickly fell asleep. The following morning Yuan was woken up by a knock at the door. Yuan, are you awake? Xi Meili's voice resounded from outside. Yes, I am awake. Yuan responded in a sleepy voice. I just want to let you know that breakfast will be ready soon, so if you're hungry, just go to the dining room in about an hour. Okay, I'll be there, Yuan said to her. Shortly after waking up, Yuan logged off for Mixius breakfast. By the way, Dr. Wang texted me this morning. He said that he'll be here in a bit. Okay. About half an hour after breakfast, Dr. Wang knocked on their door. I know this is a bit earlier than usual, but I'll be busy later, so I hope you don't mind, Dr. Wang said after he arrived. Don't worry about it, Dr. Wang. I'm grateful that you would come here even when you're so busy. Dr. Wang proceeded to check Yuan's health and body. As expected, your body is growing stronger and stronger. However, it's very weird that despite having a body that's healthier than even some athletes, you are still unable to move your body, almost like there is an invisible force preventing you from moving. If I wasn't a doctor, I would believe that you had been cursed or something, Dr. Wang said. Cursed? Ah, that's very funny, Dr. Wang. Yuan chuckled as he didn't believe in these kinds of things. I'm serious, young master. Your situation makes no sense at all. You're not sick. Your body is fine. We have tested your blood, your bones, your muscles, everything. However, we couldn't find anything wrong with your body. I also don't believe in superstitions, but your situation is making me doubt my own beliefs, Dr. Wang said. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, Meishio, are you here? Yes, I am. Sorry, but can you leave for a moment? I'd like to speak with Dr. Wang privately. Okay, Meishio said before leaving the room and closing the door behind her. We're alone now, young master. What do you have for me? Dr. Wang asked him. Yuan didn't say anything, only lifting one of his arms a little off the bed. What? Why you? Lower your voice, Dr. Wang. Yuan quickly interrupted him. Dr. Wang subconsciously covered his mouth with his hands, and he stared at Yuan with his eyes wide with shock. Once head calmed down enough, he spoke. Why, young master? Since when can you? A couple of weeks ago, I guess, Yuan said. I'm sorry for keeping this a secret, but I wanted to wait until I could move properly so that I could surprise you all. Who else besides myself knows about this? Dr. Wang asked him. Only you and Miss Meifeng know about this, Yuan said. Mayphone? Mixius' mother? Yes. Tell me more about this, young master. Did it suddenly happen? Or did you do something special? Dr. Wang asked. Well, my recovery began when I started playing Cultivation online. What? That super popular game that's currently dominating the world? My granddaughter also plays it. This is going to sound crazy, but I think the game somehow affects our real body as well. Although I have no concrete proof, I have a feeling that's what is happening. Yuan said. Indeed, that does sound a little. No, it definitely sounds crazy. Dr. Wang agreed with him. I know, but Dr. Wang, do you remember when I was covered in that smelly stuff? The impurities? There's no way I could ever forget about that, and I can still smell the stench very clearly. Dr. Wang shuddered just thinking about the stench. Well, to tell you the truth, that also happened to me when I was playing the game. I ate some kind of treasure that cleansed all of the impurities from my body. When I logged off the game, I was shocked to find out that it also happened to my real body. Dr. Wang pondered with a serious look on his face. I understand. I will do my own investigation as well. If it's true that this game can somehow affect the real body, it will have some serious implications that could change the world. Dr. Wang said. Oh, I'll also keep this matter between us so you don't have to worry about that. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Anyways, it's a great thing that you're finally recovering. It's been long overdue. I cannot wait to see you walk on your own again. Dr. Wang said with a genuine smile on his face. Chapter 361 Changing Diet? By the way, I am thinking about changing your diet back to normal. What do you think, young master? Dr. Wang suddenly asked him. Change my diet? You mean I get to eat normal food again? Yuan asked him in an excited voice, as it has been many years since had last tasted real food, in the real world at least. Yes, but it will be in small portions since your body will need to get adjusted to eating such food again. Also, you will need to speak with Meishio about this, since she will be the one cooking it. Dr. Wang said, and he continued, Shall we get Meishio back in here? Yes. Sometime later, Dr. Wang called Meishio back into the room. So I have decided to change the young master's diet and see if he can eat real food again. Are you okay with that, Meishio? You'll be the one preparing all of the food after all. If you need help, there are paid services out there that will help you cook the food and deliver it to your door. Dr. Wang explained to her. I can cook the food by myself, Meishio said without hesitation, as that was what she had been trained to do. Okay, then I will send you the menu in 3 days. You can continue feeding the young master soup for now. Dr. Wang said. I understand. Meishio nodded. Dr. Wang left shortly after. Yuan returned to the game and he immediately went to the dining room. I'm sorry for arriving a little late. I was busy with something. Yuan apologized to them. It's fine. Let's eat before the food goes cold. The Dragon Emperor said to him before digging into the food. Breakfast lasted for an hour, and although it was not a feast, there was as much food last their previous meal. After breakfast, Xi Meili asked them, Do you want to visit the city today? I do. Yuan immediately nodded. If you're going, I will go as well. Wang Xiuying said. Okay, then let's go. Once Yuan had rested enough to walk properly, Xi Meili brought them outside and proceeded to escort them around the city. You don't need guards? Wang Xiuying asked her. In her mind, princesses like her usually would have a bodyguard or two just in case something happens. You think I need a guard? I can protect myself just fine. And who would dare to mess with me? They have nowhere to run or hide in this world. Besides, I am only weaker than my parents and a few individuals in this world. Xi Meili said with a confident smile on her face. Sometime later, once they were on the streets, everybody they passed through would bow to them, or more specifically Xi Meili. Good morning, Your Highness. Good morning, Dragon Princess. Good morning, everybody. Xi Meili returned their greetings with a bright smile on her face. Wow, do you have a good relationship with everyone? Yuan asked her, as he has never seen anyone so easygoing before. Of course. In such a small world, it would be more beneficial for everyone if we have a good relationship with each other. That makes sense. If only it was the same outside. Yuan sighed. Today, I want to show you guys the Ancestral Dragon Temple. It was created by our dragon ancestor. Xi Meili said. Ancestral Dragon Temple? What kind of place is it? Yuan asked, as it sounded similar to the Dragon Essence Temple's Dragon Temple. It's something like a playground for us dragons and there are prizes if we win. Xi Meili said. A playground? That sounds very interesting. Yuan's anticipation immediately went up, as he has never been to a playground before. It's a little bit far from here, so bear with me. Of course we can fly there, but that will take away the point of showing you the city. It's okay, we can walk there, Yuan said. Thus, they continued to make their way to the Ancestral Dragon Temple. On the way there, Xi Meili would give a history lesson on some of the buildings they passed. About 2 hours later, they arrived at the Ancestral Dragon Temple, which was filled with people. This is a playground? It doesn't look like one, Wang Xiuying said with her eyebrows raised. After all, playgrounds don't have arenas, at least they shouldn't. This is where dragons go to have fun, Xi Meili said. And she continued, and yes, we have fun by fighting with each other. There are 7 arenas in this place. You can challenge whoever you want. Oh my god. He died. Wang Xiuying suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Xi Meili. On the stage, one of the fighters had decapitated his opponent. Xi Meili chuckled at her reaction and said, "Don't worry, he's not really dead." A few moments later, the dead fighter suddenly disappeared from the stage and appeared outside the stage with his head reattached to his body, and the person himself looked perfectly healthy. There's a formation in these arenas. As long as you stand on it, even if your body is destroyed, you will not truly die. This allows the fighters to go all out on each other. However, you will not be able to enter the stage for 1 week if you die because your body can only handle so much of the formation. If you die twice in a short time, the formation might not work properly. Xi Meili explained to them. She then pointed to another arena and continued, that arena over there also has a formation that can limit both fighters to a certain cultivation base so they can fight on fairer terms. For example, if a spirit grandmaster wants to fight a spirit king fairly, he can do so by fighting in that arena, where both of them will be spirit grandmasters. Does the lower heavens have something like this? I don't think so. At least I have never heard of such a thing until today, Yuan said. That's not unexpected, since these formations are pretty powerful and not something the lower heavens should have, Xi Meili said. Chapter 362 Ancestral Dragon Temple. Look. It's Her Highness Princess Xi. Good morning, Princess Xi. When someone there noticed her presence and announced it, everyone there turned to bow to her, and even the fighters on the stage stopped fighting momentarily just to bow to her. Morning, everybody. Please continue what you're doing. Don't mind us. Xi Meili waved at them. Princess Xi, are you here to fight today? There is a line of people waiting to exchange techniques with you. One of the judges there suddenly said to her. Ha! There's always a line. Another judge laughed out loud. One would expect a graceful princess like Xi Meili to avoid such things, but to one's surprise, Xi Meili loved to fight, and she was a regular at the Ancestral Dragon Temple. Not only that, but she also accepts a fight from anyone no matter their background. Of course, she has yet to experience a single defeat in the Ancestral Dragon Temple. Sorry, but I am not here to fight today. I'm just showing my new friends around the city, Xi Meili said. And then she thought of something. She turned to look at Yuan and said, unless you want to try it? You don't have to worry about getting hurt and you get rewards if you win. What kind of rewards? Yuan asked. From spirit stones to treasures, I guess. The spectators can bet on the match and if you win you get a portion of it. The fighters can even gamble their treasures in a match. They won't die even if I kill them, right? Yuan wanted confirmation. Yes, you don't have to worry about hurting anyone. Xi Meili nodded. Okay, I will participate in a match. Yuan then agreed. Great. Oh, one more thing. Xi Meili approached Yuan until her face was right beside his ears and she whispered, don't tell them you're a human for now. Pretend you're a dragon. Okay. He nodded. Won't they recognize him by his smell like the guards did? They knew we were humans right away. Wang Xiuying suddenly said. Not everyone in this world knows the smell of humans. In fact, most of them have never seen humans before, so you'll just smell a little funny to them. The guards are a little special because they're trained to detect humans. Xi Meili said. I smell funny? I don't think I like how that sounds. Wang Xiuying said. It's not a bad smell, at least I don't think so. I even think you smell pretty nice, especially Yuan. You have a unique smell that gives me a pleasant feeling whenever I smell it. Xi Meili said with a smile on her face. Judges, my friend here would like to participate in a match. Xi Meili then said to one of the judges. Oh, sure. Which stage would he like to fight in? One of the judges then asked. What do you think, Yuan? Do you want to fight as a spirit grandmaster? You can even fight as a spirit master or spirit warrior. I'd like to fight as a spirit master, Yuan said, as he was more familiar with his own strength as a spirit master than a spirit grandmaster. Judge. Spirit master. Xi Meili then relayed his response to one of the judges. Go to stage number 7. He can go after this fight. The judge then said to her. Although there were people in line, who would dare make the dragon princess wait? The fighters didn't voice any complaints either, as they were used to this favoritism for her. Thank you. Thus, they began waiting for the fighters on the stage to finish their fight. Purple dragon fist. Iron dragon claws. Boom. A ripple of spiritual energy swept the area as these two fighters' techniques collided. One of the fighters flew off the arena a second later. Match ends. The winner is Long Yanjun. The judge announced. Do you want to continue fighting? The judge then asked the fighter. Who is my next opponent? He asked. The judge pointed to Yuan, who was standing beside Xi Meili. The dragon princess friend. Oh? Princess Zai's friend? Now that's something you don't see every day. Long Yanjun smiled before nodding his head. All right. They'll fight him as well. Come on the stage, young man. The judge said to Yuan. Yuan nodded and approached the stage. Many spectators that had been spectating the other stages suddenly left their stage to spectate Yuan's match, as they did not recognize him, and they were curious about his capabilities, especially since he was Xi Meili's friend. Does anyone recognize him? I don't think I have seen him before. One of the spectators asked out of curiosity. I don't recognize him either. Me neither. First time seeing him as well. Does nobody here know him? How is that possible? Although the ancient dragon city is as big as an entire continent, it was by no means a big place, especially when everyone could live for thousands of years with ease, so most of the people in this world already know each other one way or another. Therefore, it was incredibly rare for someone to remain as a nobody, especially if that person is a friend of the dragon princess, one of the most recognized individuals in this world. What's your name? I'm Long Yanjun. The fighter on the stage introduced himself. You can call me Yuan, he responded. Yuan? I haven't heard of you before. Where did you come from? Long Yanjun asked him. The Dragon Essence Temple? Yuan said. Dragon Essence Temple? I have never heard of this place. Long Yanjun raised his eyebrows. Why yeah? It's a pretty small place so not many people know it. It's also in a secluded area very far away from this place. Yuan gave him an excuse, trying his best to act like he's from this world. I see. Well, best of luck to you. Long Yanjun clasped his hands and bowed to Yuan in a respectful manner. Yes, good luck to you as well. Yuan followed his movements and returned the bow. Chapter 363. Let me fight him. I will assume that this is your first time here since I don't recognize you, so give me a minute to explain to you the rules. The judge said to him. 1. You cannot use any treasures. 2. Under any circumstances if you leave the arena, it will be your loss. Anything else goes. Hm? Since I cannot use my treasures, will there be weapons provided to me? I usually use a sword or dagger. Yuan said. I don't mind if he uses his treasures. Long Yanjun suddenly said. Are you sure? The judge asked him for confirmation. If that's what he's comfortable with, I don't mind. It wouldn't be fair to him if he cannot fight without his weapons. The judge nodded and said, Okay, you can use your treasure. Wait, you're going to be fighting me with your fists? But that wouldn't be fair at all. Yuan said. Long Yanjun laughed and said, Don't worry, my fists are my treasure. They won't lose to even heaven-grade treasures. Even if you say that, it just doesn't feel right fighting someone barehanded with a weapon. It's okay, I will eventually have to learn how to fight without my weapons since I shouldn't rely on them too much. Yuan said, refusing to use his treasures. Are you sure? Long Yanjun asked him, admiring his strong integrity. I'm sure. Yuan nodded. Good. Then I shall let you have the first strike. Long Yanjun said to him before standing there in a defensive position. Go ahead. I won't attack you unless you strike. Yuan nodded, but he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he pondered how he should fight Long Yanjun. After a moment, he thought of something. I can simply use Qi manifestation and use it as though it's my weapon, he thought to himself. He'll be striking now, Yuan warned him since he was kind enough to give him the first strike. Go ahead. Long Yanjun said with a confident smile on his face. After taking a deep breath, Yuan used Qi manifestation and covered his fist with thick spiritual energy. What? How can you use Qi manifestation at that level? Long Yanjun was shocked when he saw what Yuan was trying to do. The spectators were also shocked. Both Yuan and Long Yanjun have their cultivation limited to the first level of Spirit Master, and although they have seen geniuses who can use Qi manifestation before Spirit Grandmaster, they were always around the peak of Spirit Master. This is their first time seeing someone use Qi manifestation at the first level. Heavens! How does he have the spiritual energy to use Qi manifestation at the first level? This guy is a monster. Where on earth did he come from? There's no way such a talented individual is a nobody. Meanwhile, Yuan used a movement technique to instantly close his distance with Long Yanjun. Fast. Long Yanjun crossed his arms and prepared to block Yuan's strike. Boom. Fuck. Long Yanjun cursed out loud as he was sent flying out of the stage. Before Long Yanjun left the stage, both his arms had been completely crushed by Yuan's casual and even somewhat inexperienced punch, but after he left the stage his injuries immediately healed, almost like his injury never happened in the first place. Once he was outside the stage, Long Yanjun's peak Spirit Lord cultivation base returned, allowing him to regain control over his own body. What a powerful punch. He looked at his arms that were trembling from shock. He then turned to look at Yuan and clasped his hands together. I had underestimated you. I'm sorry. It's my loss. He defeated Long Yanjun in a single strike. Even though it was a free attack, it is still shocking. Long Yanjun has a 90% win rate with over 1,000 victories and only 100 losses. The spectators saw Yuan in a more serious light now. Do you wish to stay on the stage for another fight? The judge asked him afterward. The fight ended too fast. I'd like to do another one. Yuan said. Okay. Then who would like to fight this young man next? The judge looked at the spectators. Immediately, over a dozen people raised their hands. I want to fight him. No, let me fight him. Pick me. Pick me. The judge looked at Yuan and asked him, you can pick your fighter. Pick me, young man. I also use the sword. One of the fighters there said, and he was emitting the aura of a peak spirit king. Really? Yes. Really? This individual then retrieved a red sword that was emitting a profound aura that could only be emitted by divine-grade treasures. Okay, let's fight. Yuan nodded with excitement. Hearing Yuan's words, this middle-aged man with the red sword jumped onto the stage. My name is Xing Chongji. The middle-aged man introduced himself with his hands clasped. Yuan. Then for this match, the both of you can use your treasures. The judge said. Xing Chongji is fighting next? Although he only has a win rate of 70%, all of his losses don't include the sword. When he wields his sword, his win rate is 100%. This is going to be an interesting fight. Do you think Yuan will win? Wang Xiuying asked Xi Meili as they watched from the background. I have never seen his sword skill, so I cannot say. However, Xing Chongji is a renowned sword expert who learned sword aura when he was only 700 years old. He's definitely one of the best sword masters in the ancient Dragon City. 700 years? What is this sword aura and why does it take so long to learn? Wang Xiuying asked. Sword aura isn't something you can just learn, and you cannot learn it through normal means like other techniques because it's not really a technique. One can even go their whole life without learning sword aura if they're not talented enough or destined to. Xi Meili said. Wow, that sounds quite incredible. Wang Xiuying said as she looked at Yuan, wondering how hell defeat someone who knows such a powerful skill. Chapter 364 Royal Family's Secret Child? Take out your sword. Xing Chongji pointed his red sword at Yuan with a confident smile on his face. Yuan nodded and retrieved his Empyrean Overlord, shocking the spectators. Is that? That's a soul weapon. He has a soul weapon. The spectators immediately recognized the Empyrean Overlord as a soul weapon despite its lack of aura, or perhaps that's how they knew it was a soul weapon right away. I didn't recognize it because of the chaotic situation at that time, but to think he has a soul weapon as well. Xi Meili mumbled in a slightly surprised voice. As well? Does this mean you also have one? Wang Xiuying asked her. Yes. It's our family heritage that was left behind by our dragon ancestor. It's a powerful spear that is rumored to have the capabilities to pierce even the heavens. Xi Meili nodded. On the stage, after his initial surprise, Xing Chongji smiled and said, a soul weapon, huh? I'm envious. Are the two of you ready? The judge asked them. Ready when you are. Xing Chongji said to Yuan. I'm ready as well. Then the match begins now. I'm going to bet 10 spirit stones on Xing Chongji. One of the spectators suddenly said. I'll bet 15 on that young man. 50 for Xing Chongji. 25 spirit stones for Xing Chongji. The spectators began shouting out their bets, with most of them betting on Xing Chongji's victory, which wasn't too surprising due to his perfect win rate when he wields a sword. Furthermore, Xing Chongji knew sword aura, something that could be used even as a spirit master. I will bet 1,000 spirit stones on Yuan. A clear voice suddenly resounded, causing the people to turn to look at this person who dared to bet such a large amount. Princess Xi? You think this young man is going to win? One of them couldn't help but ask her. Not really. I'm just hoping for a miracle to happen, she said with a calm smile on her face. Meanwhile, on the stage, Xing Chongji suddenly released his sword aura, filling the area with a domineering pressure. The audience was immediately awed by Xing Chongji's sword aura. Wow. How long has it been since I last saw Xing Chongji's sword aura? I've seen it many times now, but it still leaves me speechless. As expected of a sword master. Even though he's not directing the sword aura at me, I can still feel as though there are invisible swords surrounding me. Sword aura, huh? Yuan was pleasantly surprised that his opponent knew sword aura too. You're not the only one who can use sword aura, Yuan said with a smile on his face before releasing his own sword aura, immediately colliding with Xing Chongji's sword aura. What? Impossible. The first to express her shock and disbelief was Xi Meili. If she remembers correctly, Yuan mentioned that he was only 18 years old. How could someone comprehend sword aura at such a young age? It took Xing Chongji 700 years to understand sword aura, and he was considered a top genius with the sword. I really don't know what to say besides. As expected from the one who released all 9 pillars of light. Xi Meili mumbled in a low voice. Meanwhile, the other spectators were shocked speechless, and they could feel invisible swords touching their neck after Yuan released his sword aura, which was clearly more devastating than Xing Chongji's sword aura. On the stage, Xing Chongji stared at Yuan with a gawking look on his face, looking like he was looking at ghosts for the first time in his life. How old are you again? Xing Chongji decided to ask him, completely forgetting about their match. I'm 18 years old, Yuan responded. 18 years old. And when did you learn sword aura? A little over a week ago, I guess, Yuan said. Why, you learned sword aura a week ago? And it's already this powerful? Xing Chongji's body trembled after hearing Yuan's words. It was at this moment he realized that his 100% win rate was in jeopardy. How could he possibly fight against someone who has managed to learn sword aura a few hundred years faster than he did? Not to mention Yuan's sword aura was already stronger than his own despite knowing it for only a mere week, whilst he has known sword aura for many centuries. It's okay. His sword aura may be more powerful than mine, but when it comes to techniques I should still be superior, Xing Chongji thought to himself. Indeed, Xing Chongji had guessed correctly. Whilst Yuan was a monster when it comes to comprehension, he was still too young and inexperienced compared to Xing Chongji, who has thousands of years of experience under his belt. Therefore, while Yuan was unrivaled in terms of raw strength, his technique was a bit lacking. Here I come. Xing Chongji immediately used his movement technique to close the distance while swinging the red sword in his grasp in a swift and precise manner. Yuan also used his movement technique to dodge the incoming strike before retaliating with the Empyrean Overlord. Bloody sword strike. Yuan swung the massive sword as though it was as light as a feather. I cannot block that with my sword. Hell send me flying. Xing Chongji could instinctively tell that he wouldn't be able to withstand the might of Yuan's sword and didn't even bother to block it, using his effort to dodge it instead. Clang. The stage shook when Yuan's sword slammed onto it, and to his surprise, there was not a single dent on the platform. What is this platform made of? It's like steel. Yuan cried inwardly, feeling his entire body tremble from the impact, even almost losing grip on his sword. Xing Chongji noticed that this was his chance to strike and immediately went for Yuan's neck. Oh. When Yuan saw Xing Chongji suddenly appear in front of him with the red sword already in motion and heading towards his head, he subconsciously activated Dragon's Gaze at its full power, taking Xing Chongji by surprise and instantly halting his movements. Seeing this, Yuan ignored the numbing sensation in his arms and swung the Empyrean Overlord, separating Xing Chongji's head from his body in a split second. The audience gasped in shock after they witnessed this unexpected outcome. However, what surprised them the most was the technique Yuan had just used, as it caused their dragon bloodlines to react in a manner that was similar to awe and reverence. Impossible. How does he know that technique? Xi Meili exclaimed in a shocked voice after seeing Yuan use Dragon's Gaze. The Dragon's Gaze is one of the most powerful techniques for dragons. However, it's not a technique that could be learned just by any dragons. In fact, only dragons of royal blood can learn this technique. Did he just use dragon's gaze? The other people there were also in disbelief. I think he did. He's from the royal family? But I have never seen him before. Don't tell me that he's the royal family's secret child. The audience immediately began to speculate about Yuan's background. A few moments after Yuan killed Xing Chongji, he reappeared outside the stage still with a dazed look on his face, almost like he was still under the effects of the dragon's gaze. Chapter 365 Human? Xing Chongji, are you okay? The judge for Stage 7 patted him on the shoulders when he showed no response even many moments after leaving the stage. What happened to me just now? Why am I standing outside the stage? Xing Chongji finally snapped out of his daze and proceeded to look around with a puzzled look on his face, clearly unaware of what had just occurred. You were killed by the young man. The judge revealed to him. What? How is that possible? I was pretty sure I had him at that moment. Xing Chongji expressed disbelief. In his mind, had successfully connected his strike, killing Yuan. Nobody there blamed him for his reaction, as it was a normal response for someone who'd just experienced the dragon's gaze at point blank. The judge shook his and began explaining everything that had happened, shocking him even further. Dragon's gaze? What? Xing Chongji turned to look at Yuan, who was still standing on the stage with a flabbergasted look on his face. You are part of the royal family? Xing Chongji asked him, as everyone knew that only the royal family could learn such a profound technique. No. Yuan said. You're not? Then how did you learn the dragon's gaze? That's something only the royal family can learn. Xing Chongji and the other spectators only became more puzzled after hearing his words. However, before Yuan could respond, Xi Meili suddenly said, He's from the royal family. Both Yuan and Xing Chongji turned to look at Xi Meili, and on Yuan's face was a surprised look. Since when did he become part of the royal family? Yuan, just follow along with me for now. I'll explain to you later. Xi Meili's voice suddenly resounded inside Yuan's head. Yuan nodded while looking at her before clearing his throat and speaking out loud, That's right. I'm actually from the royal family. I wasn't sure whether I should reveal my identity or not before. The spectators gasped in shock after learning this. To think the royal family had a third child. He may be from the royal family, but he isn't related to our royal family in the way you're thinking. Xi Meili suddenly said, clearly that misunderstanding. What? The spectators' thoughts went wild with theories, and they could only think of one thing after pondering for some time, that Yuan had married into the royal family. In other words, he was Xi Meili's husband. See, congratulations, Princess Xi. The people there suddenly bowed to her. Xi Meili raised her eyebrows, wondering what they were thinking. You have finally found your partner after 10,000 years. Congratulations. The spectators congratulated her again. What? Xi Meili's eyes widened with shock. How in heaven's name did they get to that conclusion? That's wrong. He's not my husband. We're just friends. Xi Meili refuted their claims with a flushed face. And she continued, furthermore, he's a human. Wait. What? He's a human? How is that possible? Everybody there turned to look at Yuan with shocked looks on their faces. How the hell did a human appear in their ancient dragon city? And how could a human belong to the royal family? Nothing about his background made sense. His situation is a complicated one. Do you guys remember the 9 pillars of light that occurred not long ago? He was the one who released all pillars of light and summoned the dragon Ancestor. Xi Meili revealed to them the truth. What? He's the one who was behind that. A mere human? A commotion quickly started in the ancestral dragon temple. Yuan wasn't sure what was happening, so he said, Are we still fighting? The judge snapped out of his daze and said, All right. Does anyone still want to fight him? The spectators exchanged glances with each other. After a moment of complete silence, a dozen people raised their hands at once and said, I want to fight him even more now. I have never fought a human before. Me too. Let me fight him. Since there were so many people that wanted to fight Yuan, the judge decided to ask him again. I'll fight until I can no longer fight, Yuan said. Great. Then let's start with you. The judge randomly pointed to one of the spectators with his arms raised. A moment later, the fighter appeared on the stage with a lance in his grasp. What kind of weapon is that? It looks like a spear, yet the head looks slightly different. Yuan wondered to himself as he held the Empyrean overlord in front of him. The fight started after the judge left the stage. Bloody sword strike. Dragon lance. Ding. The fighter could feel his arms shaking violently after their weapons collided. What a powerful attack. Feels like I am fighting against a mountain. The fighter cried inwardly as he slid backward on the stage until he was at the edge of the stage. That was close. I shouldn't fight him head-on. He's too powerful. With that in mind, the fighter started to dodge all of Yuan's attacks while retaliating with his lance that had an advantage in range due to the long handle. However, even with the range advantage, the fighter was unable to land a single hit on Yuan due to his profound movement technique. What kind of movement technique is he using? He's leaving a trail of flames as he moves, and I cannot predict his movements at all. It's probably some profound human movement technique we have never heard about before. The spectators were mesmerized by Yuan's movement techniques, completely unaware that had learned it from a phoenix. After a few minutes of fighting back and forth, Yuan finally managed to defeat the fighter after taking him by surprise with his movement technique that had suddenly improved drastically, almost as if he had a breakthrough in the middle of the battle. Your comprehension for Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens has reached a new level. Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens mastery level 1, 2. Chapter 366 Staring Contest. After defeating the fighter with the lance, Yuan proceeded to fight the other participants that wanted to fight him, and because of his profound movement technique that only got more ridiculously hard to predict after his skill had reached a new level, none of his opponents was able to even touch his shadow, leading to Yuan's victory inevitably. Is there anyone else that would like to fight me? Yuan asked with his body soaked in sweat as he defeated his 30th opponent in a row, setting a new record at the Ancestral Dragon Temple. Fuck. Is he really human? Where does he get his stamina from? The dragons there refused to believe Yuan was a human. In their minds, humans are weak and fragile existence that cannot hold a candle against dragons, yet it was the complete opposite with Yuan. Where did this human come from, anyway? The dragons were filled with questions but had no answers, and they didn't want to stick their noses into the royal family's business too much. A few moments went by without anyone appearing on the stage. I guess this is it, Yuan said, feeling very satisfied as had gained a lot of experience through so many battles just now. However, right as he prepared to leave the stage, someone said, "I'll fight you next." A figure suddenly jumped onto the stage from afar and stood before Yuan with a bright smile on her face. Xi Meili? Yuan raised his eyebrows when he saw the dragon princess standing on the stage. She wants to fight him as well? Look, princess, she wants to fight him next. This is going to be exciting. The spectators were immediately filled with anticipation after seeing this matchup. By now, pretty much everybody in the Ancestral Dragon Temple was watching their fight, leaving the other stages completely empty. I just couldn't hold my excitement back after seeing you fight and defeat so many people, so I decided to fight you as well, Yuan. I hope you don't mind. Xi Meili said to him. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. Thank you, Yuan. However, I will admit that I won't be able to defeat you in a normal fight, so let's do something different in this match. Xi Meili then said. Something different? What do you have in mind? Yuan tilted his head slightly. Dragon's Gaze. We're going to see which of us can use Dragon's Gaze better. Like a staring contest. How does that sound? She suggested. You can use the Dragon's Gaze as well? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes as this was a pleasant surprise. Of course. The Dragon's Gaze is a technique taught to everybody in the royal family. Xi Meili nodded and she continued. It is one of the most ancient techniques out there for our dragon race, and it was created during the primordial era. I know this may be unfair to you who has only lived for 18 years while I have almost 10,000 years of experience with the technique, but I really want to see how powerful your dragon gaze is. I don't mind it. I also want to see your dragon's gaze. Yuan nodded with a smile on his face. Great. Then at the count to 3 we'll both use dragon's gaze simultaneously. Whoever is overwhelmed first will be the loser. Judge, you will do the counting. Xi Meili said. I understand, Princess Xi. Ready when you are, Yuan? I am ready. The judge began his count to 3 once both of them were ready. 1, 2, 3. On 3 both Yuan and Xi Meili activated Dragon's Gaze, and their eyes immediately glowed gold. Whoosh. A massive pressure suddenly enveloped the place, causing the spectators to take steps back and away from the stage. Not bad, Yuan. Xi Meili said with a smile on her face as she stared at Yuan directly into his eyes. However, this isn't my full power. Xi Meili increased the intensity of her dragon's gaze, and the pressure grew stronger. Yuan could immediately feel goosebumps appearing all over his body, yet there was a smile of excitement on his face. I'm also just getting started, Yuan said as his golden eyes glowed more brightly. The spectators took a couple more steps back. Ah, not bad. Not bad at all, Yuan. Xi Meili suddenly started moving, slowly approaching Yuan with small steps. The world around Yuan suddenly grew darker and darker, and Yuan felt like cowering as Xi Meili approached him, but had managed to fight back his fear. Then he also started to move forward. Xi Meili was shocked inwardly when Yuan did the exact opposite of what she expected. What a powerful mental strength he has. He actually dares to approach me even though he's clearly afraid. Xi Meili's blood that had been calm for many thousand years suddenly began boiling with excitement. She wanted to see the limit of this human. The two of them continued to walk closer to each other, quickly closing their distance. A few moments later, they both stood directly in front of each other with their faces only a couple of inches away from each other. The spectators swallowed nervously when they saw this. Even though they were not clashing treasures or displaying flashy techniques, their match was more exciting and nerve-wracking than any of the matches that had occurred today. Yuan, if you can defeat me, I'll consider marrying you. No, I'll marry you. Xi Meili suddenly said with a relaxed smile on her face, shocking the spectators. However, Yuan was too focused on resisting her dragon's gaze to hear her words. After standing so close to each other for about a minute, blood could be seen flowing from Yuan's nose, clearly reaching his limit. Xi Meili didn't say anything when she saw this and continued to increase the strength of her dragon's gaze. A few moments later, blood flowed from Yuan's eyes, looking like he was crying blood. Yuan could feel pain all over his body, like it was being crushed by an unrivaled force. Despite this, he refused to give up and continued to fight Xi Meili's dragon's gaze with his dragon's gaze. Chapter 367 Returning to the Dragon Palace. After resisting Xi Meili's dragon's gaze for another minute, Yuan suddenly turned his head to the side and coughed up a mouthful of blood before closing his eyes and losing consciousness. When she saw Yuan's body beginning to fall, Xi Meili quickly used her slender arms to catch his body, hugging his body afterward so that he didn't fall. Yuan. Wang Xiuying rushed onto the stage with a worried look on her face. He's okay. He only sustained minor internal injuries and lost consciousness due to the tremendous stress his mind had endured. His injuries will heal once he leaves the stage, but he'll probably remain unconscious for a little bit longer. Xi Meili said to Wang Xiuying to calm her down. Xi Meili then carried Yuan like a princess and said, "I'll cut our tour today short and bring him back to the Dragon Palace with me for now. Thank you all for your time today." Xi Meili said to the spectators and the fighters before flying away while carrying Yuan in her arms and Wang Xiuying with Qi manifestation. The people in the Ancestral Dragon Temple remained still and silent for a good moment even after Xi Meili and the others left. Sometime later, someone said, "I'm exhausted, even though I didn't fight anyone today. I think I'll go home for today." Once one person spoke, the others also began snapping out of their days. "You're right. I need some good rest after today. Me too." Thus, everyone left the Ancestral Dragon Temple shortly after, leaving the Ancestral Dragon Temple completely empty for the rest of the day, which was an extremely rare sight. On their way back to the Dragon Palace, Xi Meili stared at Yuan's peaceful sleeping face their entire way there with a profound look on her face, looking like she was in deep thoughts. Even though I am well aware that had managed to reveal all 9 pillars of light, his talents still shock me. Xi Meili mumbled in a low voice. Just what is his background? It's simply unbelievable that someone like him exists in the lower heavens. Do you have any ideas? Xi Meili turned to ask Wang Xiuying. Wang Xiuying shrugged and said, "He's as much of a mystery to me as he is to you. I also have no idea about his identity. We encountered each other by chance, and I have been following him since then out of curiosity." I see. Well, I won't dive any deeper than this. Sometime later, they returned to the Dragon Palace. What happened? Who did this to him? The Dragon Emperor was immediately enraged when he saw Xi Meili bring back Yuan in such a state, looking like he was prepared to kill someone. "Oh, I did this to him," Xi Meili said with a somewhat blushing look on her face. "What? You? What happened?" The Dragon Emperor was greatly taken aback when he learned that it was his own daughter that had injured Yuan. "Calm down, father. Let me explain." Xi Meili said, and she proceeded to explain to him the situation and how everything occurred. I had a match with him and I wanted to test his limits. After explaining everything to the Dragon Emperor, he sat down with a look of disbelief on his face. He also knows dragons gaze? How is that possible? The Dragon Emperor mumbled. Anyways, I'm going to let Yuan rest in his room for now, Xi Meili said. Sometime later, Xi Meili placed Yuan on the bed before returning to the Dragon Emperor's side. Father, I have a question, Xi Meili said to him with a serious look on her face. What is it? He looked at her with raised eyebrows as she rarely shows such an expression. What do you think of a dragon and a human being together? Xi Meili asked. What do you mean by that? The Dragon Emperor didn't immediately comprehend her question and asked her. Marriage. What do you think of a dragon marrying a human? Xi Meili asked again, this time making it crystal clear. Marriage? What kind of question is this? Wait. Don't tell me you're... The Dragon Emperor's eyes widened with shock when he realized her reason for asking this question. Don't tell me you're interested in him? He asked for confirmation. Xi Meili nodded and said, I am considering it. What made you pick him? The Dragon Emperor asked her with a profound frown on his face, yet he didn't immediately refuse. Is it because of his talent? His strength? Or is it just because of the fact that he's a human? A little bit of everything, she replied with a slight smile on her face. In terms of talent, he's above everyone in this world. Although his experience is somewhat lacking, he's definitely a fast learner. Furthermore, he has this unique aura around him, this charisma that is quite attractive. Oh, he's also very handsome, Xi Meili said. You're really serious about this, aren't you? The Dragon Emperor said with a pondering look on his face. Xi Meili nodded. I sat through countless arranged marriages, meeting countless men over the last few thousand years, but alas, none of them could make my blood boil the way Yuan did today on the stage. I understand that he appears to be an excellent partner, but you just met him not long ago. You're barely acquainted, much less friends. The Dragon Emperor said. And how is that any different from the people you've arranged for me, huh? I don't even know them at all. Xi Meili refuted. The Dragon Emperor was rendered speechless after hearing her words. Indeed, his logic was flawed. After pondering for a moment, he said, You're right about that. However, he's not from our world and he won't remain here forever. Once we find a way to help them return to where they came from, that'll be the end of you and him. It was Xi Meili's turn to become silent now, as her father was right about this one. Yuan won't be here forever, which will make their relationship complicated if not impossible. Chapter 368 First Defeat. Well, if he cannot stay here, how about I just follow him outside? Xi Meili suddenly suggested. I have always been interested in the outside world anyway. You want to go outside? Are you crazy? The humans will hunt you for your blood. It's too dangerous. The Dragon Emperor immediately refused. That's only what our ancestors taught us, but they have also never been to the outside world before. If there are humans like Yuan and Wang Xiaoying outside, I don't think it'll be that bad. After a moment of silence, the Dragon Emperor said, Unfortunately, that's impossible, not because I don't want to let you go outside with him. Your cultivation base is simply too high to follow him back to the lower heavens, where Spirit Grandmaster is the limit. You're simply asking to be punished by the heavens for doing so. All right. He's from the lower heavens. Xi Meili sighed, completely forgetting about that for a second. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's room, Wang Xiaoying checked his pulses just to make sure he was okay. Seeing him sleep like this, he really reminds me of you, Tian. Wang Xiaoying said as she stared at Yuan's sleeping face with a somewhat dazed gaze. The more she looked at Yuan, the more she felt like she had seen him before. And Yuan suddenly opened his eyes slowly. Where am I? He mumbled in a dazed voice. Oh, you're awake, Yuan. We're at the Dragon Palace in your room. Xi Meili took us back after you fell unconscious during the match. Wang Xiaoying explained to him what had happened. I see. So I lost the match, huh? A smile on Yuan's face as he realized the situation. This was my first time losing a fight, he sighed in a somewhat bitter voice. Losing felt much worse than had expected, especially since it's his first defeat. I wouldn't really call that a fight. And your opponent has 10,000 years more experience than you. It's only obvious that you wouldn't be able to defeat her no matter your talents. Wang Xiaoying said, trying to comfort him. I guess you're right. Yuan nodded. Wait right here. They'll go to Xi Meili to let her know that you're awake. Wang Xiaoying said before leaving the room for a few minutes. Xi Meili, she was very strong, stronger than anyone I have ever fought before, Yuan mumbled as he stared at the ceiling with a dazed look on his face. Sometime later, Wang Xiuying returned with Xi Meili and the Dragon Emperor. Are you okay, Yuan? Are you hurt anywhere? Xi Meili asked him. I am fine, he said. Anyways, you really surprised me, Yuan. You're only 18 years old, yet your comprehension for the dragon's gaze is already as strong as mine. Xi Meili immediately praised him afterward. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face. As strong? That's not true. I was completely defeated by your dragon's gaze. Yuan, if you don't mind me asking, where did you learn the dragon's gaze? And how long has it been since you learned it? The dragon's gaze is a secret technique only available to the royal family. The Dragon Emperor suddenly asked him. Oh, I learned it from the Great One. And it was probably around a month ago when I learned it, he said. The Great One? The Dragon Emperor exclaimed. 1 month. Xi Meili was shocked for a different reason. To think Yuan could comprehend the dragon's gaze to such an extent in a mere month whilst it took her thousands of years to reach her current level. The disparity was too large. Can you tell me more about it? How did you learn it from the Great One? The Dragon Emperor continued to ask. Yuan nodded and explained to him how he learned it from the Tablet of Comprehension, where he met the illusion of the Great One. I understand it, but I cannot believe it. The Great One is teaching the secret technique to random people? Just what is he thinking? The Dragon Emperor could feel a headache coming. It would be a disaster if their secret technique was revealed to the public, but luckily for them, according to Yuan, only 2 people have learned the dragon's gaze and he was one of them. Is it really that bad if an outsider learns the technique? Yuan couldn't help but ask them. The Dragon Emperor nodded and said, since ancient times only the royal family can use the dragon's gaze, and it's already well established that whoever learns the dragon's gaze is royalty in the dragon race. If someone who isn't part of the royal family learns this technique, it'll create massive confusion and chaos amongst us, the dragons. There are multiple royal families out there and we're just one of many. Although we don't really care that much about an outsider learning the technique since we're in this isolated world, the other royal families in the upper heavens may not react so kindly to an outsider learning their technique, something they are extremely proud of. Xi Meili added, they consider the technique as sacred as their bloodline, as both of them were given to them by the dragon Ancestor. In other words, you shouldn't use your dragon's gaze so lightly, especially in front of other dragons. I see. I didn't know about this since the Great One never told me about it when I learned the technique. Yuan said. Anyways, there's nothing we can do about it now that you've learned the technique. Just make sure you're not around dragons when you use that technique, as it will definitely cause misunderstandings. The Dragon Emperor said to him. I understand. Yuan nodded. Of course, if you marry someone from the royal family, you'll be considered royalty, allowing you to use the technique as much as you wish. Xi Meili suddenly said, clearly suggesting something here. Of course, Yuan was too innocent to pick up the hint and said, marriage? As in husband and wife. But I don't think it's right to marry someone just to use a technique. Xi Meili smiled after hearing his words. I think so too. Chapter 369 Dragon Meets Skewer? Anyways, it's not like we're telling you to never use the dragon's gaze ever again. Just make sure you're very careful when using it, as it will definitely offend the other royal families if they learn that an outsider had learned their sacred technique, said the Dragon Emperor a few moments later. I understand. I will be careful. Yuan nodded. Now, regarding the teleport formation that will bring you back to the lower heavens, I have found a way, but we will need some time to prepare. The Dragon Emperor suddenly said. Does this mean we can return to our own place? This is great news. Wang Xiuying quickly said. Yes. However, it will still take around a week. That's fine. As long as we return before the event ends. Yuan said. Sometime later, the Dragon Emperor left the room and returned to prepare for their departure. What do you want to do now? Xi Meili asked them afterward. Do you still want to look around the city? Or do you want to do something else? I still want to look around, Yuan said. Okay, but you only have 1 week so we won't be able to see much. Maybe you'll come back next time for much longer. At that time, I will show you around the entire ancient dragon city. Xi Meili said to him. Even if I want to come back, how can I do that? Yuan asked. I don't know, but if you've already managed to come here once, you'll definitely find yourself here a second time. I believe in fate, and if you're fated to return, you'll definitely return. If that happens. A mysterious smile appeared on her face. Yuan nodded. Okay. Go get some more rest. We'll go back to touring the city tomorrow morning. Xi Meili also left the room shortly after, meeting her father at the teleport formation outside the ancient dragon city. I have decided, father. Xi Meili said to him. On what? He raised his eyebrows. I want marry Yuan now. However, if he manages to return to this world for a second time, I will marry him. Xi Meili said. What kind of decision is that? You'll marry him if he returns for a second time? Do you really think he'll be able to return here for a second time? If he was destined to come here before, he's already fulfilled his fate in this world, which means he no longer has a reason to return here. The Dragon Emperor said. If fate allows it, he will definitely return. I also have this feeling that this won't be my last time seeing him. Xi Meili said with a confident smile on her pretty face. Even if he is fated to return in the future, who knows when that will be? Could be 10 years from now. Can even be 10,000 years from now. We will never know. The Dragon Emperor said. So what? We can live up to tens of thousands of years with ease because of our bloodline. The Dragon Emperor shook his head in a defeated manner. Do as you wish. You'll probably forget about him in a few hundred years anyway. The Dragon Emperor shrugged. Do you want to make a bet with me on that, father? Xi Meili suddenly asked him. A bet? Interesting. Tell me more. He said. 1,000 years. If he doesn't return in 1,000 years, he'll marry someone on your terms. Xi Meili then said. Why, you're serious about this? The Dragon Emperor looked at her with wide eyes. Does it look like I am joking with you, father? Xi Meili responded with a solemn look on her face. And if he returns before the time limit of 1,000 years, I will have to let you marry him without any complaints, right? The Dragon Emperor then spoke. Xi Meili nodded. That's right. Very well. I will accept your bet. The countdown will start once he leaves this world. Is that okay? Xi Meili asked. I'm fine with that. Great. Then it's decided. Xi Meili then turned around and returned to the Dragon Palace with a cheerful aura around her, leaving the Dragon Emperor speechless. She really likes him, huh? The Dragon Emperor shook his head with a bittersweet smile on his face before returning to focus on the teleport formation. The next day, after eating the breakfast cooked by Meishio, Yuan went into the game to have his second breakfast for the day with the royal family. Are you two ready for another day in the city? Xi Meili asked them with an energetic aura around her. Yuan responded with a similar aura around him. Yes. Wang Xiaoying also nodded, albeit a little less excited when compared to Yuan. Thus, Xi Meili brought them around the city again. However, she didn't bring them towards the Ancestral Dragon Temple this time. Instead, she brought them to multiple restaurants showing off their dragon's cuisine, as she knew how much Yuan loved food. This is our famous dragon meat skewer. Try it. Xi Meili handed each of them a skewer. Dragon meat? Both Yuan and Wang Xiaoying looked at her with wide eyes. Isn't this considered cannibalism if they eat their own kind? Xi Meili noticed their weird gazes and laughed. Don't worry, it's not actually dragon meat. I mean it is, but it's not the type you're thinking of. Oh, they took a bite a moment later. Wow, this is so delicious. Yuan immediately claimed, feeling the meat melt in his mouth before exploding with flavor and spiritual energy. Wow, the texture is heavenly. It doesn't feel like I am eating meat at all. I wonder if this is what it would be like eating clouds if we could eat them. Wang Xiaoying said as she finished the entire skewer in just a few seconds. Can I have some more? She then asked. Me too. I also want some more. Yuan said. Are you sure? We finished breakfast not long ago. Xi Meili chuckled before asking for a couple more skewers. Chapter 370 Spirit Stone Cave. Here you go, Princess Xi. These are on me. The man selling these skewers said to her. After handing the skewers to Yuan and Wang Xiaoying, Xi Meili handed a spirit stone to the man and said, Don't worry about it. My friends enjoyed it, so I will pay for it. You can keep the change as well. Thank you very much, Princess Xi. The man gladly accepted the spirit stone. After eating the skewers in a few minutes, Wang Xiaoying said, That pretty stone you just gave the man as payment, it's called a spirit stone, right? I have seen them before, but I never understood them. Just where do people obtain them? Or are they like treasures, something you find naturally in the wild? You don't know where spirit stones come from? Then I know exactly where to bring you tomorrow. Xi Meili said with a smile on her face. As for your question, I shall wait until tomorrow to answer it. For now, let's just continue what we're doing. Wang Xiaoying nodded, but her curiosity piqued. Thus, Xi Meili continued to show them restaurants and different foods. By the end of the day they had eaten so much that dinner wasn't necessary. In the real world, Yuan asked Meishio, what are the other participants doing now? The same as usual. They're trying to reach the mystic pagoda while improving their cultivation at the same time. Some people have reached the place but none of them have been able to open it. Meishio said. And she continued, in fact, the participants that have arrived at the place seem to have stopped fighting each other to try and open the mystic pagoda together. So they're working together to open the mystic pagoda, huh? Even though I somehow managed to open it, I still don't understand how. Yuan suddenly stopped speaking as he realized something. Wait a second. The demon said the Empyrean Overlord used to belong to the Lord, who is the master of the mystic realm and the mystic pagoda. Maybe that's the key to opening the mystic pagoda? That does make sense. Meishio said. Anyways, I should be returning to the mystic realm soon. The Dragon Emperor found a way for us to return, but it'll take at least a week. The following morning after breakfast, Meishio said, Dr. Wang has sent me the menu. I will be going shopping in a bit. What's on the menu? Yuan then asked. Dr. Wang told me to keep it a surprise for you, she said. Yuan smiled and said, I can't wait. Sometime later, Yuan entered the game whilst Meishio dressed up casually before going outside. Luckily for Meishio, there was a large supermarket only a couple of blocks from their apartment, making shopping easy and convenient. An hour later, she returned to the apartment. Meanwhile, inside the game, Yuan and Wang Xiaoying followed Xi Meili. So, to answer your question from yesterday, there are a couple of ways spirit stones are created. Xi Meili said as she escorted them to this isolated area. 1. Spirit stones can be created naturally like minerals and gems. Xi Meili pointed to the cave in front of them and continued, that is a spirit stone cave where spirit stones can be mined. This is the most common way people get their spirit stones. Normal people cannot access this area, but because my family owns the spirit stone cave, I can show you the inside in a moment. Another method is to create them by yourself, but this method is incredibly uncommon and almost nobody does it. Wait a second. Create them by ourselves? Does this mean we can also make spirit stones? Wang Xiaoying asked. That's right. Cultivators can make their own spirit stones. Xi Meili nodded. What? That means unlimited money. Why is this method uncommon? It should be the most common. Wang Xiaoying exclaimed. After all, who wouldn't want to be able to make their own money? That's a no-brainer. Xi Meili chuckled and said, because it requires a tremendous amount of spiritual energy and effort to make even a single spirit stone, and cultivators would rather use that energy and time to increase their cultivation. How much effort and time are we talking about? Wang Xiaoying then asked. Let's see. As a spirit warrior, it'll probably take you a couple of weeks to create a single spirit stone, and during these few weeks, you would not be able to progress your cultivation because you'll be using all of your spiritual energy to create the spirit stone. Do you understand why it's such an uncommon practice? Xi Meili said. I see, but what about the cultivators at the top? Surely they can make spirit stones much faster. They can. In fact, a spirit grandmaster can make one spirit stone a day, but like ID already said, it's not worth it as they'd rather use that time and energy on improving their cultivation. Yuan then said, if I remember correctly, a single spirit stone is worth about 10,000 gold. Although that may seem like a lot to us, for a spirit grandmaster that's probably nothing, but I could be wrong. No, you're right. Xi Meili said. A single spirit stone may be worth a lot in the hands of a mortal, but for a cultivator at that level, it's worth nothing, as the resources they need to improve their cultivation are worth tens of thousands of spirit stones if not hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Do you understand now? Xi Meili asked Wang Xiaoying. She nodded, yes, I understand. Thank you for the explanation. Great. Then let me show you inside the spirit stone cave. Follow me. Xi Meili said to them. Greetings, Princess Xi. The guards standing in front of the spirit stone cave greeted her, and they were both emitting the power of a spirit king. Hello. I would like to show my friends around the spirit stone cave since they have never seen it before. I hope you don't mind. Xi Meili said to them. Of course not. Please take as much time as you need. The guards opened the doors for her with smiles on their faces. Chapter 371 Beef Stew? Follow me. Xi Meili said to the two of them before walking into the cave that was brightly lit despite having no obvious sources of light, almost like the walls themselves were glowing. The cave was incredibly long as they'd walked for over 10 minutes without seeing anything. How deep is this cave? Wang Xiuying couldn't help but ask. A few thousand miles, I guess, she casually responded. What? That's incredibly long. How is that even possible? Do not underestimate spirit stone caves. Each of them is incredibly spacious but only contains a few 100,000 spirit stones, and if you mine them all, it will require 100 years for them to return. Xi Meili said. Did you realize that the spiritual energy in here is vastly different from the outside? This is a special type of spiritual energy that gives birth to spirit stones. If you ever come across this kind of spiritual energy, make sure to look around as there will be a spirit stone cave nearby, and those are worth a fortune, so make sure you remember this feeling. Xi Meili said to them. Wang Xiuying and Yuan nodded before engraving this spiritual energy into their heart. Hopefully they'll run into a spirit stone cave of their own one day. About half an hour later they could finally see some spirit stones, and they were sticking out of the wall like crystals. Wow, so this is what spirit stones look like in nature. How cool. Both Yuan and Wang Xiuying stared at them as though they were fascinated. We make sure to leave some behind so that they can regrow in the future. They can regrow? They looked at her with raised eyebrows. Xi Meili nodded and said, as long as we don't mine everything they will eventually grow back. Though that will take at least 100 years. Anyways, this is the furthest we should go. But it's not because we cannot be there. It's simply because there won't be anything to see unless we travel a few hundred miles out, which could take hours, and I don't want to waste your time. Xi Meili said. And she continued, if you really want to see it, just imagine a large chunk of spirit stones stuck in the wall. Do you have any questions? Wang Xiuying then asked, does mining a larger chunk of spirit stone increase its effectiveness? Why do I only see spirit stones the size of a pebble? Great question. There's actually a reason why they're so small and not bigger, and it's simply because having a bigger size doesn't mean it'll have more spiritual energy. A fist-sized spirit stone and a pebble-sized spirit stone will have the same amount of spiritual energy. It's just how the heavens made it work. However, that doesn't mean you can make the spirit stones extremely small, as spirit stones will lose effectiveness if they become too small. After millions of years of practice and experience, the cultivators have figured out the perfect size for spirit stones, and that has become the standard. I see. Sometime later they left the spirit stone cave. What should we do now? Yuan asked her. There's nothing to do besides looking around the city. Xi Meili said. Then what do you normally do? Wang Xiuying asked her. I train all day. I rarely go outside, she said, surprising them as she looked like the type that really enjoyed going outside. In fact, I haven't explored the city like I have with you guys for many years. If I ever go outside, it would be to fight the others at the Ancestral Dragon Temple. Sounds boring, right? But I really love training and improving myself. Xi Meili said with a smile on her face. I see, since this is such a rare chance, let's go look around the city some more, Yuan said to her. Okay. Xi Meili nodded with excitement. Thus, they made their way towards the city and began another round of exploration whilst trying new food whenever they would encounter them. Time passed extremely quickly, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, it was already dark. Yuan logged off the game after eating dinner with the royal family. The moment Yuan logged off the game and returned to his room, a strong and rich aroma assaulted his nose, making his mouth immediately salivate. Wow, what an amazing smell. What could Meishu be cooking? Yuan wondered inwardly, his imaginations running wild. Sometime later, Meishu entered his room and helped him sit up on the bed. What's for dinner? Yuan quickly asked her. Beef stew, she responded in a calm voice. And she continued, although it's still somewhat like soup, there are large meat chunks in there, and it comes with rice. As long as I can chew on it, I won't complain. Yuan said. Give me a moment. Meishu then placed a blanket in front of him just in case any food was to fall, and she proceeded to feed him beef stew. This food is amazing. The meat is tender like that dragon meat skewer I had not long ago. I didn't know you were such a good cook. Of course your soup tastes good too, but this is a different level. Yuan praised her after a single bite. Thank you. Meishu said with a slight smile on her face, as she couldn't help but feel happy after hearing his praises, especially when she had worked her butt off during training to reach this level. After dinner, Meishu asked him, how do you feel? Well, to be completely honest, I am not full. However, the food was great. Yuan said. Not full, huh? Well, this is what Dr. Wang advised, but I will let him know that you're not full. By the way, for reference, how much do you think you can still eat? I can probably eat 2 to 3 more meals of this size, no problem, he said. Tea, that much? Meishu looked at him with wide eyes. Fortunately, they have plenty of money from selling the treasure, or it would be a struggle feeding him. Okay. After dinner, Meishu relayed the news to Dr. Wang. Of course, Dr. Wang wasn't surprised that the meal wasn't enough for Yuan, as had purposefully made it so that Yuan wouldn't be full so that his stomach would adapt to the new diet. Continue feeding him this amount for the next 3 days, then you can slowly increase the amount. Dr. Wang instructed her over the phone. I understand. Thank you, Meishu said to him. The following morning, Yuan and Wang Xiuying followed Xi Meili around the city again. And in the blink of an eye, another day passed. The 3 of them continued this until an entire week had passed. The teleport formation should be ready in 3 days. The Dragon Emperor said to them. 3 days, huh? What do you guys want to do? Continue looking around the city? But we've looked at pretty much everything. If only you guys had more time here, we could have gone further. Xi Meili asked them. This may sound weird, but I'd like to practice my dragon's gaze with you. Yuan suddenly said, dumbfounding her. Chapter 372, Training with Xi Meili. Why you want to practice dragon's gaze? With me? But it's dangerous doing it outside the ancestral dragon temple. Xi Meili said to him, worried that she might permanently injure him. Yuan said, that's right. You're more experienced with the technique, so I figured you can give me some advice. Furthermore, during our match, it felt like I was understanding more about the technique just from looking at your eyes. As for injuring me, you don't have to worry about it. They'll be fine. Oh, I don't mind, Xi Meili said. Yuan then turned to look at Wang Xiuying and said, what about you? Don't mind me. I will be watching you in the background, she said. Sometime later they arrived at the courtyard. I don't really know what kind of advice I should give you, so let's just use dragon's gaze on each other like we did during our match and see if you can understand anything from it. Xi Meili said to him. Yuan nodded. Let's start slow. Xi Meili then stood about 10 meters away from him. We're going to slowly approach each other like previously. Ready when you are. I am ready, Yuan said. Then we'll use our dragon's gaze on the count of 3, 2, 1, go. Whoosh. A profound pressure immediately enveloped the courtyard when Yuan and Xi Meili's dragon's gaze collided, giving Wang Xiuying a nostalgic feeling. However, this time she made sure to stand all the way back where the pressure didn't affect her as much. A few moments later, once they were feeling a little comfortable, Yuan and Xi Meili began approaching each other. And with each step they took, they increased the strength of their dragon's gaze. Before they knew it, both of them were standing directly in front of each other again, silently staring right into each other's eyes like they wanted to see their soul. Since this wasn't a match, Xi Meili didn't try to overwhelm Yuan, and she merely matched his strength, perhaps even slightly above him. A few minutes later, Xi Meili asked him, well? Are you improving? Can you increase the strength of your dragon's gaze some more? You don't have to go easy on me, Yuan said to her. After a moment of silence, Xi Meili suddenly increased the strength of her dragon's gaze. Although it wasn't quite as powerful as it was during the match, it was pretty close, and it was just enough to not injure him and enough to make him feel pressured. Yuan quickly began sweating under Xi Meili's powerful dragon's gaze, feeling as though there was an almighty being staring down at him as though he was an ant. A few minutes of pure silence later, once Xi Meili noticed Yuan reaching his limit, she closed her eyes and said, okay, let's take a rest here. Any more and you might suffer internal injuries, which is devastating for any cultivator. Yuan nodded, and he proceeded to sit down in the lotus position and closed his eyes, recalling everything he had experienced just now. An hour later, once they had recovered, Yuan and Xi Meili returned to their training, and they would continue this until the day ended. The following day they also continued to do the same thing. On the third day, Yuan took a seat in the middle of the courtyard and closed his eyes to recall everything he's learned for the past 2 days. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuying and the royal family watched him in the background. What do you think? After 2 days of training, how is his progress? The Dragon Emperor asked Xi Meili. To be completely honest, he's terrifying. His talents. He absorbs all experience like a sponge absorbing water and greatly improves in a short time. I was able to see a clear difference and improvement in his dragon's gaze after every practice session. Xi Meili gave her judgment. If he continues to practice the technique, he'll most likely surpass me very soon. If only he wasn't born a human but a dragon instead. What a pity. Xi Meili sighed in a truly regretful tone. There's nothing wrong with being talented as a human, as talents don't favor a certain race. In the outside world, there are plenty of humans with talents that surpass even your father and me. The Dragon Empress spoke with a solemn expression on her face. Sometime later, a profound aura surrounded Yuan. When the royal family saw this, their eyes widened with shock. Enlightenment. He's experiencing enlightenment. Xi Meili exclaimed in a baffled voice. Shut your mouth. Don't you dare disturb him. The Dragon Empress immediately slapped the back of his head while lecturing him. What's an enlightenment? Wang Xiaoying asked in a whispering voice. Enlightenment is a trance-like state where your mind and heart becomes crystal clear to focus on one thing, whatever caused the enlightenment. Xi Meili explained. And she continued, when that happens, one will improve drastically at whatever they are trying to gain enlightenment on. For example, Yuan's probably having enlightenment about the dragon's gaze. Once he's done, his understanding and mastery of the technique will improve drastically. I see. How long do enlightenments usually last? The Dragon Emperor said, it depends on the complexity of whatever he's having enlightenment about. If it's a simple technique, he can be done in a matter of minutes. However, if he's having an enlightenment about something complex, like dragon's gaze, he could be in that state for days if not weeks. Weeks. Wang Xiaoying exclaimed in a low voice. What will happen to the mystic realm? And it's not like she could take him out of enlightenment. Don't worry, we have already prepared the teleport formation so you can leave whenever. It doesn't have to be today. If you want, you can even return by yourself first. He can follow you after he's done. The Dragon Emperor said to her. However, Wang Xiaoying shook her head and said, no, it's okay. I will stay here until the very last minute. We came here together, so we'll leave together, at least we'll try. Chapter 373 The Real Player Yuan? I will stay here to watch over him. You guys can leave. Xi Meili volunteered to stay behind even though that wasn't necessary. However, she wanted to be here when he woke up so that she could congratulate him. Are you sure? This will take some time. We can simply block access to this area so that nobody could disturb him. The Dragon Emperor said to her. Yes, I want to stay here. Xi Meili nodded. Do as you please. The Dragon Emperor left with the others shortly after. What happened to her? It's like she's obsessed with him. The Dragon Empress asked her husband after they left, as she was unaware of the bet he made with Yuan. She likes him. The Dragon Emperor said with a slight smile on his face, and he continued, and she wants to marry him. What? Everybody there turned to look at him with wide eyes filled with shock, especially Wang Xiaoying and Xi Meili. She wants to marry that human? A dragon with royal lineage? That's blasphemy towards our bloodline. Xi Meili exclaimed, clearly disapproving of her decision. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoying wondered what would happen if a player marries an NPC. There are plenty of players out there that are currently in a romantic relationship with an NPC, so I guess marriage isn't too far-fetched. She thought to herself. I think it's cute. The Dragon Empress said, and she continued, I couldn't care less if she wants to marry a human or a dragon. I only care about one thing, his qualifications. And from my understanding, Yuan is more than qualified to join our royal family. Why you too, mother? Xi Meili looked at her with disbelief. Anyways, it's her decision and I will respect it. The Dragon Empress said. Then she looked at Xi Meili and said, if you have a problem with it, why don't you confront her about it? I would rather not. Xi Meili responded in a reserved voice. Despite being the older one, he feared Xi Meili a little, especially whenever she's angry. Sometime later, the royal family returned to their business whilst Wang Xiaoying returned to her room before logging off. Since it's going to take some time before he wakes up, he'll take a small break from the game and help Grandpa out at the hospital. Wang Xiaoying mumbled to herself after leaving the game. After stretching her body, Wang Xiaoying left her room and went downstairs to watch some television. In this day and age that's dominated by video games, it was only natural for television to be heavily involved with video games. In fact, the most popular channels in the world are gaming channels that talk about the current trends and whatnot for certain video games. Let's see if there are any new trends for her. Wang Xiaoying went to the channel that was dedicated to news. Today we will be interviewing one of the players and who claims to be player Yuan. The speaker on the television spoke while a young man wearing a black mask sat beside him. Wang Xiaoying immediately raised her eyebrows after seeing this player Yuan, who was obviously a fake. Another one? How many people have come forward as the real player Yuan now? I have already lost count. These people clearly know he's a fake, yet they are still giving him a spotlight. What are these people thinking? Wang Xiaoying shook her head. Because of player Yuan's fame and the fact that nobody knows his real identity, it was only natural for people to try and claim they were player Yuan and steal his fame, but alas, not a single person has managed to prove themselves to be the real one despite dozens of people coming forward as the real one. Tell me, and the audience watching this, why should we believe you when you claim to be player Yuan? What kind of proof can you provide us that proves you're the real one? And if you are indeed the real one, why have you suddenly decided to reveal yourself after remaining low-key for so long? The man with the black mask then spoke in a confident voice. I simply got bored of hiding, so I decided to come out of hiding. As for whether I have proof or not, of course I have proof. Why else would I come all the way over here? The presenter then said with a stiff smile on his face, you sound so confident that I am already starting to believe you. And he continued, let's start with the easy questions first. Why did you decide to play Cultivation Online? Because I was bored. What cultivation are you currently in Cultivation Online? First level Spirit Master. How old are you? 18 years old. What are you currently doing in the event known as Mystic Realm? Nothing too crazy. I'm just farming some magical beasts for points. Why have you refused to come out despite so many offers to reveal your identity? I was skeptical of them and I still am. Wang Xiaoying shook her head again. This is all common knowledge by now. What a waste of time. Ever since Yuan's age and cultivation level was revealed right before they entered the Mystic Realm, it was spread throughout the internet like wildfire. Many people couldn't believe how far ahead he actually was compared to the top players, much less the average players, and even more people were shocked by his young age. After asking player Yuan a dozen useless questions that didn't directly prove that he was the real player Yuan, the presenter then said, this is all for today. Follow us on the next episode tomorrow for more proof. Find out whether he's really player Yuan or just another phony tomorrow here, Cultivation Online Daily News. What an idiot. Wang Xiaoying closed the television afterward, no longer feeling any will to continue watching. Guess I'll go to the hospital now and see if Grandpa needs any help there. Thus, she took a few minutes to prepare herself before leaving the house. Chapter 374 Not Logging Off. After arriving at her family's hospital that was owned by Dr. Wang Xiaoying went to look for her grandfather. Grandfather, do you need any help around here? She asked him. Him? What happened to your game? I thought you were going to take the entire month off due to some massive event. Dr. Wang looked at her funny, especially when she was so excited not too long ago. Well, something happened and I have some free time, so I figured that I'd come here and help out in the meantime, she said. I see. But I don't really need any help today. You can try asking the other nurses. After a moment of silence, Wang Xiaoying spoke. Grandpa, you visited Yuan recently, right? How's he doing? Considering how his family kicked him out, I'm kind of worried. The young master? He's doing perfectly fine. Dr. Wang said. Perfectly fine? Wang Xiaoying raised her eyebrows. Yes. I even decided to change his diet so he's no longer just eating soup for every meal. Oh, that's great. By the way, do you think I can go visit him at his new place? She suddenly asked. What? It's been a while, that's all. And I feel like speaking to him. Dr. Wang pondered for a moment before speaking. I will have to ask them for permission before I say anything. That's fine. Dr. Wang called Meishio shortly after, but nobody picked up, so he left her a message about Wang Xiaoying wanting to visit. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoying went to help out the others in the hospital. It wasn't until after Meishio logged off the game to prepare dinner that she saw Dr. Wang's message. Wang Xiaoying wants to visit us? Meishio raised her eyebrows. I will ask him when he comes out of the game. She texted back to him. Okay, thank you. Dr. Wang responded a minute later. However, Yuan didn't log off that night, missing his dinner. He must be busy inside the game. Once Meishio realized that Yuan was most likely going to stay inside the game for the night and miss dinner, she wrapped his food and placed them inside the fridge. Meishio wasn't too worried initially since this wasn't his first time forgetting to log off. However, when Yuan didn't log off for the second and a third day, she grew increasingly worried that something might have happened to him. She wanted to forcefully take him out of the game to ask him what was happening and why he hadn't logged off for so many days, but Shed resisted her urges, as she was worried that he might be doing something incredibly important in the game that wouldn't let him log off for whatever reason. Furthermore, she has been checking his pulses just to make sure he was still alive and well. If only I could see what he's doing. Meisho sat on the floor beside the bed and rested her head on it. I haven't cooked or done anything in 2 days. It's a new record, Meisho thought to herself. It was at this moment her phone rang. She looked at the caller. It was Dr. Wang. Are you okay? It's been 2 days since you texted me. Did you forget or something? Dr. Wang asked her through the phone. Sorry, it's not that. Yuan, he hasn't logged off the game yet. She revealed. What? How is that possible? It's been 2 whole days. That can't be healthy. Dr. Wang said. I would go over there now to check his condition, but I have an important meeting in a few minutes, so if you don't mind, I will send my granddaughter over to check his condition. Don't worry, you can trust her skills. Dr. Wang said. Okay. Meisho quickly agreed. She knew that Yuan and Wang Xiaoying were on good terms, so he most likely wouldn't mind her visiting, especially if it's for a valid reason. Furthermore, Yuan told her that he was with Wang Xiaoying inside the game, so maybe she knows something about his situation. He'll send her the address right now. The connection closed shortly after, and Dr. Wang immediately contacted Wang Xiaoying and told her about the situation. Yuan hasn't logged off for 2 whole days and Meisho is worried? Okay, I will immediately go there now. What's the address? Wang Xiaoying spoke with a serious look on her face. Although she was initially happy that Dr. Wang told her to visit Yuan, her excitement quickly subsided after hearing about the situation. After receiving the address, Wang Xiaoying grabbed her tools and made her way to Yuan's apartment. This is where he lives now? Wang Xiaoying raised her eyebrow at the apartment before her. Sometime later, she entered the elevator and went to the 17th floor. Wang Xiaoying stood before 17F. A moment later and she knocked on the door. Hello. It's me, Wang Xiaoying. Meisho opened the door a few moments later to let her inside. They'll save the greetings for another time, Meisho. Where's Yuan? Wang Xiaoying asked her. Here? Meisho led her into Yuan's room. Wang Xiaoying didn't say anything and immediately checked his pulse. His pulses seemed perfectly fine. Wang Xiaoying released a sigh of relief after confirming that he wasn't in danger. So did he tell you what he was doing the last time you spoke to him? Do you know why he hasn't logged off? Sometimes I also lose track of the time and stay inside the game for longer than I would like. However, 2 whole days is a little too much, especially since he knows that you'll be cooking food for him. Wang Xiaoying said. I was hoping you could answer that question. Meisho said to her. Chem? What do you mean? Wang Xiaoying tilted her head. Meisho took a deep breath and said, He told me that the 2 of you were playing together, so I was hoping you know why he's not coming out. In her mind, Yuan's well-being was more important than his identity in a video game, so if she had to reveal his identity to make sure he was okay, she would do it without any hesitation. Furthermore, Wang Xiaoying is Dr. Wang's granddaughter and Yuan's #1 fan, so Meisho felt that she could trust her with Yuan's identity. Chapter 375 Before Sunrise? Huh? What do you mean I'm playing with Yuan? Wang Xiaoying's head remained tilted in a puzzled manner. The person I am playing with currently is... Wang Xiaoying's eyes suddenly widened when she realized what Meisho was trying to tell her. She then slowly turned her head to look at Yuan, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed with the console on his head. Although the console was blocking half of his head, she could still see some resemblance between Yuan and Yuan. Are you telling me that Yuan is player Yuan? Wang Xiaoying asked her for confirmation as she was in disbelief. Meisho nodded silently. So he knew this entire time who I was? Wang Xiaoying mumbled in a low voice. To think she'd been playing with her #1 idol Yuan, this entire time without being aware. And she even saw his face. What a blunder on her part. Please keep this a secret between us, Wang Xiaoying. We cannot risk his identity being leaked outside, hence why he didn't tell you. Meisho said to her afterward. Don't worry, I won't tell a single soul. I promise. Wang Xiaoying quickly said after snapping out of her daze. Meisho nodded. I trust you. Anyways, now that I know Yuan is player Yuan, I understand why he's like this. Wang Xiaoying said. And she continued. He's currently in a state of enlightenment, and I was told that he wouldn't wake up until he finishes. Enlightenment? How long will it take before he wakes up? Meishio asked. Wang Xiuying sighed and said, I was told it could take days, even weeks. Weeks? Meishio exclaimed. A few days were already unreasonably long, much less a couple of weeks. Can one even survive that long without eating? Don't worry, Meishio. I know what you're thinking, but there have been plenty of people out there who have remained inside the game for over a week without any problems. Wang Xiuying said to her. Even if you say that, I cannot let him stay inside the game for so long. I don't want anything to happen to him. Meishio said as she couldn't help but worry about it. Wang Xiuying nodded and said, I think so as well, so let's give him 1 or 2 more days to leave by himself before we forcefully wake him up. And she continued, I will monitor him inside the game and you will monitor him here. Okay. Meishio nodded. Sometime later, after making sure that Yuan was completely fine and healthy, Wang Xiuying left the place and returned home. Player Yuan, was you Tian all along? I still cannot believe it. Wang Xiuying laid on her bed and stared at the empty ceiling with a dazed look on her face for a very long time. Sometime later, she entered the game and went to the courtyard behind the royal palace, where Yuan was still sitting in the lotus position with his eyes closed. Sitting a few meters away from him was Xi Meili, who was staring at him with a profound expression, her thoughts unknown. A few moments later, Wang Xiuying took a seat beside Xi Meili. Xi Meili remained still, almost like she didn't notice Wang Xiuying sitting beside her. Is you Tian? Wang Xiuying thought to herself as she gazed at Yuan's handsome face. After a minute of silence, Xi Meili suddenly said, I really like him. Wang Xiuying turned to look at Xi Meili with a surprised look on her face. Xi Meili acted like nothing was out of the ordinary and continued in a calm voice. He's the only person that has managed to pique my interest so much. Even now I cannot take my eyes off him. What about you? Do you like him as much as I do? Xi Meili suddenly asked, dumbfounding her. Wang Xiuying then turned to look at Yuan and spoke with a smile on her face. I really admire him. Admiration? Xi Meili finally turned to look at her, as she was surprised by Wang Xiuying's answer. Wang Xiuying nodded and said, he, at a very young age, was able to impress and influence many people with his talents, and I was one of these people that had influenced. His talent, huh? I kind of understand that feeling, as he has also influenced me just by showing off his talents. Xi Meili nodded. Wait a second. I thought you didn't know him, since you said that you'd followed him on a whim. Xi Meili suddenly realized this. An awkward smile appeared on Wang Xiuying's face and she said, well yeah, that's what I thought at first, but it appears that I have known him for quite some time now. Sorry, but I don't understand. Xi Meili said. It's fine if you don't understand, since I am also trying to wrap my own head around it. The two of them returned to being silent shortly after, and they continued to stare at Yuan with a silent gaze in their own thoughts. At the end of the day, right as Wang Xiuying prepared to log off the game, she noticed that the aura around Yuan was beginning to change. What's happening to him? She couldn't help but ask. Unbelievable. However, Xi Meili didn't respond and only mumbled with a look of disbelief on her face. Did something happen? Wang Xiuying became worried. No, it's just that. He's already reaching the end of his enlightenment. At this rate, he'll finish before sunrise. Xi Meili said in a nervous voice. It's only been 3 days since he started his enlightenment for the dragon's gaze, a deeply profound and complex technique for dragons, and he's already reaching the end. I can only describe his comprehension talents as godlike. For comparison, when I had an enlightenment of the technique, it took me 3 months to finish my enlightenment. 3 months. Wang Xiuying looked at her with wide eyes, as she cannot imagine anyone sitting there without moving for so long. Chapter 376, Mastery Level 3? I will be right back. Wang Xiuying said to Xi Meili before logging off the game and picking up her phone. Hello. Meishio quickly answered the phone after seeing Wang Xiuying's name as the caller. Hey Meishio, great news? I think Yuan will be done by sunrise. She relayed this news to her. Really? Meishio asked. Yes, and I will stay inside the game tonight to let him know about the situation. Thank you very much, Wang Xiuying, Meishio said to her. Don't worry about it. I'm only doing what's natural. Then I'll speak with you again later. After hanging up, Wang Xiuying went back into the game and waited for Yuan to finish his enlightenment with Xi Meili by her side. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's mind, he could only see a pair of golden eyes staring at him from a distance that grew closer the longer he stared at it. This pair of eyes resembled Xi Meili's eyes, but it also gave him a feeling of the Great One. Although Yuan was not aware of it himself, he has been staring at this pair of eyes for the last 3 days inside his mind. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Your comprehension for Dragon's Gaze has improved tremendously from enlightenment. Your comprehension for Dragon's Gaze has reached a new level, Dragon's Gaze Mastery Level 2, 3, Dragon's Gaze. Rank, Ancient, Mastery Level 3, Description, a technique created by the Great One. A single gaze will cause immortals to bow and the heavens to tremble in fear. Used by royal families of the dragon race. After the notification resounded, the pair of golden eyes inside Yuan's mind slowly closed itself before disappearing. Yuan slowly opened his eyes afterward. Congratulations on your enlightenment, Yuan. Xi Meili greeted him with a bright smile on her pretty face. Xi Meili? Did I just experience another enlightenment? He mumbled in a dazed voice. Another enlightenment? Why am I not surprised that this isn't your first time? Xi Meili said with a bittersweet smile on her face. How long has it been in that state? Yuan asked. However, before Xi Meili could answer that question, Wang Xiuying stood up and approached him with a serious-looking expression on her face. Wang Xiuying? What's the matter? Yuan asked her in a somewhat nervous voice because of the way she approached him. Yuan? Or should I call you Tian? Wang Xiuying said to him. What did you just call me? Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he heard his real name come out of Wang Xiuying's mouth, or at least that's what he thought he heard. I know the truth, Tian. To think you were player Yuan all along. I feel foolish for not recognizing you earlier. Wang Xiuying sighed. How did you find out? Yuan asked her. Did she finally recognize him from his appearance? But even if he looked similar to his appearance in the real world, she didn't have solid proof that they were the same person. And judging by the way Wang Xiuying is speaking, it sounded like she was absolutely confident about his identity. As much as I hate to admit it, I didn't find out by myself. It was Meishio who told me. Wang Xiuying said. What? Meishio told you my identity? Impossible. Yuan became even more shocked after hearing this, feeling a little betrayed that Meishio would reveal his identity to someone, even if that person was someone he trusted. And this made him feel extremely uncomfortable for some reason. Do you have any idea how worried Meishio was because of you? Wang Xiuying then said. What? Seeing Yuan's puzzled face, Wang Xiuying decided to reveal everything to him. You have been in enlightenment for 3 whole days, Yuan. That means you haven't logged off for 3 days. What? When Yuan realized the situation, his heart immediately sank. Had been inside the game for 3 days straight. No wonder why Meishio would be worried. And because she had no idea what you were doing, she told me the truth about your identity. I was also very worried at first when I learned that you haven't logged off for 3 days. I even visited your apartment to check your condition. Heavens! I will be right back. I need to speak with Meishio as soon as possible. Yuan said to her, and without waiting for a response, he immediately logged off the game. Xi Meili was left speechless by their confusing conversation just now, but when Yuan disappeared, her questions also disappeared, almost like she suddenly forgot about them. Meishio. Yuan called for her the moment he returned to the real world. Yuan, you're finally back. Meishio released a deep sigh of relief after hearing his voice again. I am so sorry. It was never my intention to stay inside the game for so long. I had another sudden enlightenment, which completely screwed with my sense of time. Yuan explained to her why he didn't log off for so long. It's okay, you don't have to say anything. I have already heard of your situation from Wang Xiuying. I'm just relieved that you're okay. Meishio said to him. Even if you say that, I am really sorry for making you worried. I would be lying if I told you that I wasn't worried, but thanks to Wang Xiuying for telling me the situation, it wasn't too bad. Sometime later, once they calmed down, Meishio said, Now it's my turn to apologize. I promised to keep your identity a secret, yet I revealed your identity to Wang Xiuying. I am sorry, what are you talking about? You had a legitimate reason to do so. Although I felt a little betrayed at first, I didn't know anything at that time. Just know that I don't blame you at all, Meishio. Yuan said to her. Okay, Meishio said. A few moments later, Meishio asked him, How is your body feeling right now? Do you feel hungry? It's been 3 days since you last ate after all. Now that you mention it, I do feel a little hungry. I will go cook something right away, Meishio said before going outside to prepare for his breakfast. Chapter 377 Golden Dragon Robe. After cooking more breakfast than she's supposed to because Yuan hasn't eaten anything in 3 days, Meishio slowly fed Yuan. Sometime later, after breakfast, Yuan said to Meishio, "I should be returning to the mystic realm today." Then he returned to the game whilst Meishio cleaned the dishes. "Welcome back," Wang Xiaoying said to him. "I'm really sorry for the trouble I have caused you too, Wang Xiaoying," Yuan said. "Don't worry about it anymore. We're already long past that. Anyways, the teleport formation is ready, and we can return to the mystic realm whenever we want." Yuan nodded and said, "Give me a few more minutes here." He then turned to look at Xi Meili and said to her, "Thank you for your hospitality and for training me." Xi Meili smiled and said, "You can thank me by coming back here in the future so that we can play together again. There's still a lot of places I want to show you in this world. I would love to return to this place again, but since I came here by accident, I believe that you'll return to this place again. If you came here once, you'll definitely come here a second time." Xi Meili said to him. Yuan nodded. "Let's go see my father so that he can activate the teleport formation for you." Yuan and Wang Xiaoying proceeded to follow Xi Meili to see her father, the Dragon Emperor. "What? You're already finished with your enlightenment?" As expected, the Dragon Emperor was greatly surprised to see Yuan awake so quickly. After his initial surprise, the Dragon Emperor brought Yuan and Wang Xiaoying to the teleport formation, the same one they came to this world from. "It was very nice meeting the two of you. It's like a breath of fresh air in our monotonous life," the Dragon Emperor said, and he continued, "If you ever have the chance, you should come back." "I will try." Yuan nodded. "Good. Then stand on the teleport formation," the Dragon Emperor instructed them. Yuan and Wang Xiaoying followed his instructions and stepped onto the formation. "Wait a second," Xi Meili suddenly said. "Before you leave, accept this small gift from me." She then handed Yuan a storage pouch. "Don't open it now," she said afterward. "Thank you," Yuan said after accepting the storage pouch. "You too, Wang Xiaoying." Xi Meili handed her a storage pouch as well. Thank you." Wang Xiaoying gladly accepted the gift, silently wondering what was inside. "He'll activate the teleport formation now," the Dragon Emperor then said. "Goodbye, everyone," Yuan said to the royal family. "Bye-bye. Good luck out there, you two," the Dragon Emperor said to them. "See you next time," Xi Meili said. The Dragon Emperor then dropped a single drop of his blood onto the teleport formation, causing it to shine brightly. A few seconds later, a familiar feeling enveloped Yuan and Wang Xiaoying as they disappeared from the teleport formation and left the ancient dragon city. Then a beautiful pillar of light appeared, piercing the heavens. Meanwhile, in spirit heaven, the same pillar of light appeared from the heavens and shot downwards into the ground, acting the complete opposite compared to its previous appearance. This pillar of light then appeared in the lower heavens, aimed directly at the mystic realm. The spectators outside the mystic realm were shocked when the pillar of light returned. "What the heck is happening this time?" someone there exclaimed his frustration. The pillar of light lingered for a minute before disappearing. Inside the mystic realm, Yuan and Wang Xiaoying returned to the 10th floor of the mystic pagoda. "We're really back." Wang Xiaoying released a sigh of relief after realizing that they'd finally returned to the mystic realm. "Looks like it," Yuan nodded. "Let's quickly get off this floor just in case it activates again," Wang Xiaoying said to him. Yuan nodded and they both went downstairs to the 9th floor. On the 9th floor, Wang Xiaoying took a seat on the stiff bed and opened her storage pouch to see what was inside, as her curiosity had long reached its peak. "Wow, there are so many spirit stones inside," Wang Xiaoying exclaimed in a surprised voice. "Really?" Yuan looked at her with his interest peaked as well. "There are at least 1,000 spirit stones in here. If I recall correctly, each spirit stone is worth 10,000 gold. That's 10 million gold worth of spirit stones in here." Wang Xiaoying was shocked by her sudden wealth. "What about you, Yuan?" Wang Xiaoying asked him. "Let me see." Yuan took a look inside the storage pouch. "You're right. I also have around 1,000 spirit stones and there's also something else in here." Yuan then retrieved a pair of black and gold robes with a dragon design on it from the storage pouch. "Wow, what a cool-looking pair of robes. It kind of resembles the clothes the Dragon Emperor was wearing," Wang Xiaoying said. "Golden Dragon Robe, Grade, Divine, Quality, Peak, Mental Strength required 50,000, Soul Strength required 50,000, Description, an excellent piece of traditional clothing worn by dragons of the royal family. Increase charm by 100 and luck by 50 when worn. Enchanted with superior physical resistance and superior mental resistance. Grants passive skill dragon aura when worn. This clothing is a divine-grade treasure? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice as he stared at the golden dragon robe. Yuan, there's a note sticking to it. Wang Xiaoying pointed to the piece of paper poking out of the golden dragon robe's pocket. Yuan picked it up and read it. Your clothes looked a little bit small for your size, so I went ahead and picked a new pair of clothes for you. I think it'll suit you well. See you next time. Xi Meili. What a thoughtful person. Wang Xiaoying smiled. Yuan chuckled and said, I will definitely have to return to the ancient dragon city in the future to return the favor now. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.